Hello guys. Okay, just checking if everything is working correctly. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Alright, Twitch and YouTube are live. Wonderful. You guys can see me, is everything fine? I'm just checking the quality and everything. I'm sitting here in the Xbox studio with a nice backdrop. Hope you like it. Sounds good. Alright. Huh? Yeah, I'm in Seattle right now, guys. At the Xbox Live studio. Look at the background. Yeah, they gave me like a really cool room here. Yeah, we got a sub already. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I don't really have like a proper setup here with my stream and everything. I just have like my chat here, you know, just logged in. I have like no extensions. I don't even have alerts. So sorry about that. I couldn't set up like, you know, the stuff now. It's just like very bare bones today. So it's not my PC. Hello, guys. I'm scared. Guys, you guys can hear the music in the background, right? It's really cool new background music, so I was like, okay, let's just keep that running until we start here. Okay. No music? Wait, you don't hear it? It's a bit low right now. Maybe. Wait, let me check. You don't hear it? You hear? Okay, it was just kind of low, I guess. Alright, okay, that's all fine. I don't want to make it too loud, so sometimes it goes a bit more intense. I'm actually logged in, but I can't show you yet, guys. But I like the background music, so I was just like, okay, let's go. It's very ambient, yes. Sometimes it goes a bit more intense. Yeah, we were playing already the Spiritborn yesterday and stuff. And yeah, we're gonna watch the live reveal in half an hour. It will start, and there will be like I think a 90-minute presentation. And then we're gonna play for 2 hours, I believe. The camera is a little bit weird and slow. Oh yeah, I see that actually. I'm not sure what's up with that. Maybe it's just the scene. Let me double check that. But in that case, I have to minimize. Maybe it has to do with the camera hub. Okay, because... Ah, wait. So it seems fine now, right? Now it's not slow. Okay, it's when I'm in the game. Alright, so I can maybe find some setting here. Okay, now I'll actually ask one of the guys. So we have some IT people here. I'll come back in a second, guys. It's I have like some camera hub program here right now, and when I'm tapped into it, it's fine. Okay, 1 second. Okay, we're back. There will be a guy coming and helping us in a moment. Is the audio low? I have it intentionally like somewhat low, it's just the background music. and hope that that will work. I guess I can. Hello. I can speak a bit more like this. Is it better? We have PoE announcement soon. Yeah, we're not gonna watch that one right now. I think it's kind of stupid. It's on the same day, unfortunately, but this is what it is. Much better microphone. Yeah, I think I have to go really close like this. So. Wait, is it working now? No. Yeah, when I tap into the game, the camera is just like low FPS, so there's like a guy coming to me in a second to help us out. Okay. Yo, thanks for all the subs, by the way, guys. I don't have alerts here, so sorry about that. I have seen what's coming. Yesterday we played for like 4 hours with Spiritborn, so I have a lot of stuff to talk about and show off. It's gonna be fun. Now it's not pro hardware, guys. They have some pretty big machines. Yeah, we're gonna run and stream on Ultra and everything, so don't worry. Oh, Nini, hello. How long will we be here? Well, in half an hour the reveal starts. It's gonna go 90 minutes and then we play for 2 hours. And then we shut down and then we'll have some more like after talk and whatever with the devs. There's gonna be, I think, some feedback and whatever. So, and they're gonna tell us some stuff, I guess. Yeah, hello guys, appreciate all the subs. I will not be able to follow that, so sorry. There's no alerts running. So, that's what it is. Yeah. But they're playing on a supercomputer. Yeah, I'm not sure, but they told me, yeah, I can crank up everything up to ultra, no problem, and stream, you know, whatever. So, yeah, I don't know. They just gave us like this setup here, like this is like super fancy. You can see this here, right? Like we have this nice backdrop. I actually have like a real like studio room here. It's really cool. Yeah, and we also have Rax. He's like basically I can see him from here. He's like a window to the other room. You know, just like a control room or something. And he's sitting in that room. There's Rax right there. I can maybe wave to his stream from here. And then on the other room there's Macro and then there's Fame. So how many NDAs can I break? I signed quite a few actually. Not for this event specifically, but I got a bunch. Guys, I will not really be entertaining a lot of these random redeems and stuff today, so sorry. Vielen Dank für die ganzen Abonnements, ja. Raid, we got a raid as well. What's coming? NDA Risk is the new class hype. That's not really a risk, I think. It's very cool. It might be my new main, actually. I really like the class. Well, I might do like, I don't know, like 50-50 or something. Like it's, like when it comes out, I'm probably just gonna main Spiritborn for a while. And you know, like explore it. There's like a lot of stuff you can do with it. Nah, Rouge is not dead, I think. So it's not that bad. I mean, I don't know what they're doing with Rouge in the expansion. So we only got to play the Spiritborn. So I have no idea about any other like changes they're doing with the other classes. But either way, I mean, gonna be... yeah, everyone will be playing a Spiritborn. But, you know, it's survival of the fittest in the jungle. So, this is how it's gonna work. Die is leaning towards Spiritborn main. Nice. Rougeborn. 30 minutes Spiritborn and then Barb. Either way, I mean, there will be builds that I will thoroughly enjoy on Spiritborn, so I have no doubt about that. It's a very versatile class. There's actually a lot of different things and combos and potential for like crazy stuff. You'll see why. but they've actually built it in a way where you can really like combine a lot of stuff, basically, and that's really cool. I mean, a different setup, I feel like I'm a whole new person. I mean, you know, I'm like not in my comfort zone, right? It's like I'm not at home really, I'm like in the studio and, you know, just kind of like nervous if everything is working correctly, and it's like, okay, it's like a bit of a special stream here. Who will write the guides on Max Raw? Yeah, I don't think we will be in trouble with people that want to do Spiritborn. So at least that is covered. But yeah, we have to make sure that all the other classes remain well covered as well, right? So I have to go and force some people to play other classes as well. How's the food been? Well, we had dinner last night. We went to some place called Earl's. It was really nice. Yeah, I think I have to put the microphone even closer like this. So it's just, the microphone here is very low sensitivity. Like, it needs to be very close, I guess. Rex did wear his blue hoodie, but mostly for the stream. I did not have breakfast, actually. But I got something. Omega-3 Deluxe Mix. Yeah. Ah, my cam is here. Rex hair reveal. What hair, dude? You know, thanks for subs. Big hype train here. Yeah, I didn't have time. Like, I just got up basically, and we just chilled a little bit in the lounge, and then went to the shuttle to come to the studio. So I guess I'll remain hungry for a few hours, but that's okay. Yeah, I actually arrived yesterday in America. So I came here. I was a bit late. I had trouble with my flights, and we had to rebook one and stuff like that. And I basically arrived directly here for the official schedule to start blasting Spiritborn. It was beautiful. So it was cool. And then we played for like 4 hours. Yeah, then we had dinner, went back to the hotel. We did a live stream, an IRL live stream on Rax's channel last night, in case you missed that. We were hanging out there with like Macro, Rax, and like basically everyone who was around. And yeah, then we went to sleep, and now we're here. How's it? I don't have jet lag. It's fine. My flight was, well, I had 3 flights. Total travel time was like around 24 hours or so. I do not own Maxwell now, but I'm the head of the Diablo teams. They get to record all 4 hours. I haven't asked them actually about it, but I don't think they would say no. So yeah, I'll probably take the recording home, and there's a lot of stuff to talk about beyond just this like 2-hour stream. So I've been actually like I found some cool items and tried some builds, and I mean even with the preview build that we have here, which is actually a kind of like more early game thing, there's a lot of really cool stuff you can do already. So we don't have like a, you know, fully decked Outlaw 100 character or something. Yeah, no hablo español. Why do people want to know everything about the game before it comes out? Don't worry, you will not know jack shit about the game before it comes out. there's a lot of stuff coming, I've been told, and you will only see the Spiritborn today. What the fuck? 1 second. I'm getting killed here. Okay. Actually, I'm dead. I got ganked actually. All right. No, I just have it running for the music and stuff. So, hello. Yeah. No, actually, the camera. Let me check. Yeah, I still have the issue. It's like low FPS camera. Okay. Spiritborn can die. I noted. Yeah, it was funny. I was just like standing here. Apparently, I got ganked. Rakanisha. No, Rakanisha are the fallen guys. Yeah, I'll have our dev coming in a second, so I'm not doing hardcore character now. So when you FPS, low FPS, no, it's like whenever I'm in the game, like here, I'm tapped in the game and now the camera is low. If I tap out of the game, it's fine. So I don't know what's going on there. It might actually be, wait a minute, maybe I can fix it myself. I have an idea. No. Wait, is it working? Ah, I think it works now. Let me check. No. What the fuck? Okay. So I'm still in the game, but I'm in the settings now and it's fine. But when I'm not in the game, it's lagging. We're not in the settings. So what the fuck? Okay. I'm not sure what that could be, to be honest. So. I mean, worst case, the cam is like a little bit laggy or so, but I guess it is what it is. Seems like the game at least is going fine. I tried that earlier. Nah, it's not a PC. It's like some setting probably somewhere. It's not full screen in the game actually, so that's not a problem. I just checked. It's windowed. Nah, the PC is not overloaded. I try in and out burgers when I was in LA. I was not in LA, I'm in Seattle. I'm not in LA. I checked the in-game FPS. It's fine guys, I'll just wait. Like, someone's gonna come in like a few minutes apparently. Oh yeah, wait, I can. Okay, sorry about that. I guess it's like right now because I have full screen cam that it's like more obvious. Ah, someone is coming. Hello.
Hello.
I'm live already, so just so you know.
Okay.
But I can mute if you want or... Okay, so the problem is, you can see my cam here, right?
Sure.
So right now everything is fine.
Sure.
But whenever I'm like in the game, you know, it just starts like in a cam.
Yeah.
Even the settings, it's fine. So it doesn't have to do with the window itself. I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay. Is that coming up on stream too, or is it just like?
Yeah, this is a stream. Yeah, this is what it looks like on stream.
Like right
I have this paused.
Okay.
But it's the same, so.
It's the same.
Yeah.
It's really it's pulling too much.
Okay. I mean, if you want, you can do anything here. Just
Sorry, everyone.
don't change the scene, I guess.
Yeah.
I just have it running in the background for the music because it's amazing. I mean, if you want, you can tab out or whatever. So. Show us the screen. I'm just lying dead on the ground, guys, so there's nothing to see anyway. Huh?
You're already showing secrets.
No, I'm not showing secrets. I have only my cam scene, and that's it. But everyone is like, yeah, we want to see.
My stream asked if you would go say hi to them.
Sure, okay. All right. I need to say hi to.
Okay, I'll mess with this. Here, you want to
Okay.
mute it so
Okay,
these guys don't have to hear me.
Okay, guys. So he's gonna try to fix the cam for us, and I'll be up here. Okay, hello guys, I'm unmuted. Is it better now? So we're trying to fix the FPS issue of the cam, and I think it looks good, at least on our end. So can you let us know? Yeah? Okay, yeah, I think we fixed it. So thank you very much. Okay.
Good luck, yell at me if you need me.
Alright. We did it, boys. I think the lighting is a bit different now or something. I don't know. Did it just turn us on here? Ah, well. What was the issue? We don't know. He said that apparently it's like pulling resources or something, and I don't know, it's just like not focusing on the cam enough. And we just tried to like change the Windows resolution basically, since I'm just streaming 1080p normally. So yeah, I just kind of like changed the resolution and kind of like fixed it for now, so that's fine, I guess. Why are in a VIP room and Rax in a LAN party room? Well, I mean, they just try to like distribute us into our own rooms. And I might also have a dev next to us later. So I'm not sure if the other guys will also have one or not. But yeah, we're gonna have some exclusive insights. Did we catch Mr. Techman's name? I think this was Dylan. He's here. Okay, so the show starts in 9 minutes apparently. You're gonna be co-streaming it. They could support me with the studio at home. It's a cool studio actually. So I have like lights here. They're basically all around on the top. You can not see this, but it's like, I don't know, maybe 10 different lights all around me. Kind of cool. I have a big clock here behind me. And then there's like the big camera, like not this camera, but there's another like a real camera behind that. So in case you want to do anything like that. You have the backdrop here. The walls, they have like a soundproofing, you know, texture. Or I don't know, these like foam thingies. Yeah, kind of cool stuff actually. Like the echo-proof stuff. I need something like this. Cool studio for sure. They put racks in a closet. New stream room idea. No, I'm not in the cellar, guys. How many streamers? There's 4 people. There's Rex, Macro, Fame Regardless, and me. Okay. Yeah, hello guys. Yeah, see you, Chronix. No poison traps anywhere. Did I meet Rob, the robot barbarian? What? No, I did not meet Rob actually. Rob was here in the first event. There was another event with like a lot more creators that they did last week. And I have arrived just yesterday here. And the other guys as well, they were like 1 day earlier. So, yeah. Yo, thanks for all the subs and the donuts, by the way. I will probably not be able to catch those really because I don't have alerts and all that stuff. So I'm kind of like in an unfamiliar environment here. I'm just like trying to, you know, keep things running. Yeah, the other event was in Irvine in the Blizzard headquarters. And we're here in the Xbox Live studio. So basically downstairs, there's like the big stage where you'll see the big presentation that Adam Fletcher and I don't know who else is giving. Yeah, we're taught, by the way, thank you. Can I make this larger or something? Dude, they gave me like a keyboard, and this keyboard has like some extra buttons on the left side. There's like one extra column of buttons on the left side. It's like M1, M2, M3. And it really throws me off. Like I always have my fingers like one too far to the left because of that. And I always press the wrong buttons. So it's gonna be awful later. But it is what it is. Okay. It's a logic, and that's a Razer keyboard actually. I mean, it seems like a good keyboard, but this extra column of buttons is really problematic for me. I mean, once you get used to it, I guess it's fine. But yeah, take off the switches. I guess I can just like remove the button there, but whatever. I'm not gonna mess with that now. Okay, I need to get the live stream. They are streaming. Okay. Okay, let's do that. So I'm gonna close the game for now. No more nice background music because we have the. They also have music running. Look, it keeps going. The same music actually. So there we go. So let me change this. Oh. Okay, I need to actually do capture source. 1 second. We also just close that. I guess I was going to do a screen capture. Okay. So we're gonna watch that. 3 minutes. You can hear that sound too, right? So it should be fine. Alright. Oh, perfect. The trailer. No synth music today, guys. Hey, SCR.
Boy, young one, are you all right? Nerel? Oh, you're not well. Please, please, my child, let me help you.
Stay away from me! Nerel! Is that how I raised you?
No, Mother. But I must carry this burden alone. I must get to Akarat's tomb.
But look at you.
I'm upping the sound a
You're
bit.
killing yourself.
I don't know how much longer I can...
Better?
I'm here, little magpie.
I missed you so much.
I'm so proud of you. But now, I need you to give up.
No. Of course it's you! You monster! Let go of me!
Let go. No. You made a choice. And I warned you, little magpie. There would be consequences.
No! I control the stone!
You hold the stone. You control nothing.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I could use some help.
Love the trailer, man. It really sets the tone.
Hello Diablo community, I'm Adam Fletcher, Community Director for Diablo. Welcome to our Spiritborn showcase, where we're doing a deep dive for this all-new class coming to Diablo 4, which will include a series of interviews, followed by Q&A from Twitch chat. I'm joined here today with Game Director Brent Gibson.
Thanks, Adam. We've been working hard to make something unique for Diablo, and we're finally here to actually talk about it.
Brent, I can remember us at BlizzCon where we showed off our very first cinematic for Vessel of Hatred. Now we're actually here to showcase the Spiritborn for the first time. We're glad to have you back for the full reveal.
Thanks. We've set out to make an all-new class that comes from the jungles of Nahantu, an apex predator with a deep connection to the spirit realm. So, without further ado, let's kick off this deep dive
I got
to
one
the
of those
Spiritborn.
shirts too, actually. They gave me one.
Only a few among my people can become Spiritborn. As children, the most promising face judgment in the mist. Our trial begins and ends with pain. Those who are not called are culled. For the weak, all paths end here. For the worthy, that path leads to power beyond compare, and a sacred charge to wield it well. Though the mortal world was designed to break us, our hearts, our minds, our bodies, there is another which makes us bold. We are without fear. We are without equal. We walk with the ancient guardians of the unformed lands. Their power is our power. Their cause is our cause. We forge unbreakable bonds in the spirit realm to defeat the horrors of this one. For we are Spiritborn.
That is very fast, guys.
Wow, and there it is, the first look at the Spiritborn, the apex predator from the jungle. Awesome to finally show it off, and what an incredible trailer. To talk more about the Spiritborn, we would like to introduce Eleni Rivera-Colon, narrative designer on Diablo 4. Welcome, Eleni.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here to talk about the Spiritborn class. I'm also a little nervous.
It's okay. We're live. We're doing this live here for everyone. But obviously, Eleni, we just saw here in the trailer with the Spiritborn, and we saw a little bit about that spirit realm. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that spirit realm is?
Yeah, so, I mean, to put it plainly, the spirit realm is a place where spirits go. It's this deeply spiritual place that's a byproduct of Sanctuary's creation. So, as you may know, the angels have the high heavens, the demons have the burning hells, and we have the spirit realm.
You know, we're hearing a little bit about the high heavens and the burning hells here, and players have actually seen both of those places specifically. Kind of like, what does the spirit realm actually look like for players?
Yeah, we really love this concept that the spirit realm is shaped by humanity. So if that's the case, the foundation of that would actually be Sanctuary. So you could imagine being in the middle of the jungle and you're surrounded by these tall trees and these ancient structures. And when you cross over the veil into the spirit realm, you're going to see a ghostly reflection of just that. The big key difference is that you're going to see all the spirits and the creatures that exist there.
Yeah, there are these massive creatures that protect the realm from spirits they protect the realm and the spirits from corruption. So the Spiritborn class have this harmonious bond and connection with these massive creatures that are called the Spirit Guardians, and they work together toward the land.
You know, it's awesome to hear about the Spirit Guardians, and you know, people saw them in the trailer a little bit there. Can you actually tell us a little bit more about like who these Spirit Guardians are?
Yeah, so if the spirit realm is shaped by humanity, we love the idea that the Guardians are formed from human belief. And so if you're trying to survive in the jungle and protection is a thing that you are pouring all of your belief, your hope into, that belief it's magical. It's got power in itself, and it can actually create a creature that represents that. It could represent protection.
Yeah, so as Brent is saying, the Spirit Guardians are this complex creation of Sanctuary's creation along with this powerful human belief. And Spiritborns devote their entire lives strengthening this incredible bond, because these Spirit Guardians are powerful. It's this idea, right, of what these gods look like. And so they can help protect both the realm and Nahantu.
You know, we saw in the trailer and some of the gameplay, people were, you know, if you're playing the Spiritborn, you can actually summon one of these in there. Is that something you can do on demand? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, you know, very early on in concepting, we saw this one piece of a simple warrior raising their staff above their head and this massive spirit creature forming behind them. And that really became the lightning rod to a lot of thought-provoking ideas. I mean, we knew what we wanted to do mechanically with the class, but that image really solidified that the idea of summoning a god into battle was really cool. And that actually became the cornerstone for a lot of our development from then on out.
Yeah, so talking about Spirit Guardians and summoning them, the Spiritborn class can summon 4 Spirit Guardians. The first one that I want to talk about is Razoka, and this Guardian manifests in the form of a jaguar. So the belief of courage and ferocity, striking on the hunt, attacking a kill with no fear or reservations. The second one is Balazan, appearing as this massive centipede. The belief is balance and persistence. So although some people might see it as fear, it represents harmony and balance, so the give and take of life. And then we have Quatli. The manifestation of this is a majestic eagle, right? So to represent awareness and finesse, soaring above it all, having keen awareness of its surroundings, and acting with intent. And then the last one is Woomba. This guardian manifests in a powerful gorilla, so this beacon of protection and strength, and a movable force that holds its ground and sustains under pressure.
So it's great because we've heard a little bit about the spirit realm. We've heard about these 4 awesome guardians. Can you tell us a little bit more about kind of the star of the show now, the Spiritborn itself?
Yeah, so I think before we really dive in, I want to talk about Akarat, who's really important with the Spiritborn and the Spirit Realm. For those who don't know, Akarat is this prophet that believed in the human experience and that it gives us this unique power. We have this light within us. And that light gives us the ability to question and to doubt and to challenge. When Akarat made his way to his mother's homeland in Nahantu, he felt this strong otherworldly presence, and he would spend a lot of time with one of his apostles, Isavete, trying to uncover what this mystery was. What was this feeling when he got to the realm, or when he got to the land of Nahantu, until he eventually discovers this veil, and that's the veil between the spirit realm and sanctuary. And he realized that this was this untouched place from neither angels or demons. They had never really had any sort of influence there. So Akarat and his dedicant Isavete would spend a lot of time studying, and he would be the first person and living being to cross this veil. And then after Akarat died, his apostle would then take on the mantle and then found the Spiritborn traditions that we know today.
You know, hearing about the Spiritborn, and of course, I'm sure this is a burning question from the community, but the Sanctuary has a long and storied history. Kind of where have the Spiritborn been throughout all of this?
Yeah, so for anybody who knows the lore of Diablo, This region is no stranger to Mephisto, right? So if you go back to Diablo 2 and you look at the story there, his original soul stone was imprisoned in this place. And its presence corrupted the Zacharum faith, it corrupted the region, and the Spiritborn remember this. And so over the course of what's been happening in D4, they've decided to stay at arm's length out of fear that history might repeat itself.
Yeah, so like I said before, this is an untouched realm. It's pure. This is something so sacred. And with Nerel coming back with the Soulstone, this is a huge problem for the people of Nahantu, but specifically the Spiritborn that are trying to protect this land.
Yeah, and at this point, with him back, they have no choice but to rejoin the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible to hear more about the Spiritborn and where they originated from. And of course, thank you, Eleni, for taking us into the spirit realm in itself. We've talked about the new class and how that was created and what they've been up to. Next, we're actually going to take a look at how the art and concepts were designed.
Actually playing right now while watching. That's good. I haven't seen this presentation myself, so it's also new for me.
We are now joined by my blood brother, art director Nick Chelano, who is here to show us how the Spiritborn visually came to be. Nick, thank you for joining us today.
Thanks, Adam. I'm really excited to talk about the Spiritborn finally.
I know, it's been a long time coming. Been a long time coming. Nick, will you tell us a little bit more about how this class came to be, especially from the art side?
Yeah, first of all, that trailer, what an origin story for a Diablo class. You got to go into the jungle, you answer the call, or you're cold. It's pretty rock and roll. And on the art side, we love that stuff. So I think when you go back to what Eleni and Brent were talking about, we really want to capture everything they just mentioned from a visual standpoint. So for us, it's about trying to infuse the Hantu, the spirit realm, and a martial arts feel into the class. Brent mentioned that kind of lightning rod moment. That's something that the art team really focuses on. When those moments happen, we really lock into that and start to do a lot of iteration. So concept will start casting a really wide net, but when that happens, we really start to bring it in and we start to really do a lot of concepts around that so that we can kind of get that tagline that the team needs, which is creating the living, breathing embodiment of the spirit realm.
Yeah, and it's really, after we get past that initial inspirational piece, we want to drill down into finding that iconic piece. And so when you look at some of the imagery that we're showing today, you can see how we're taking that embodiment and we're bringing it into all of the iconic look of that character. We wanted a class that wouldn't necessarily wear armor to protect themselves, but rather become the guardian that they're all about. And so if you're into the Jaguar, you're wearing the Jaguar helm. Your markings are the spots and patterns that you would see on that creature. The way that you move through the jungle would also be a big part of that package. And then once we have that iconic look, we can actually roll it out to the rest of the team.
Yeah, that's really the DNA of where we start going. Those iconic images drive the entire art department at that point. And that's our North Star. So we can move into things how do we get the spirit guardians on screen? How do they fit into the combat? If you think about the eagle, is the full eagle show up? Is it just feathers? How do we represent that? And how do we ramp that up through our visuals so you can start with something, a little more on a certain scale and get to this epic moment. We also want to explore, visually, visual iconography at the same time. So while we're doing all that iteration and stuff with the iconic looks and the skills, we're also starting to get into what is the identity of the class? Where do we want to put this iconography? And what is that visual footprint that they're going to take up on the screen?
You know, it's seeing all this
Dude, the
like
centipede is
badass
amazing,
concept
by the
art.
way.
Like
You're
shout
gonna see
out
it later.
to, you know, our concept
It's
artists
fucking
on
Concept
the
team's
art team.
amazing.
Yep.
So good. Like
Centipede is the
how do
coolest.
you guys actually take this from like concept now to actually building out the character from some of this concept art?
Yeah, you know, once we have alignment between the design direction that we want to go, we understand kind of roughly mechanically and from a design perspective where we want it to be and where we want it from an art direction standpoint. We sit down with each department and we actually roll out the idea. We pitch them, you know, and we're like, hey, this is what we're thinking, and really get them to understand where we're trying to head so that when they go off in their crafts and make the best work that they possibly can make, the sum of all the parts end up with a killer class like the Spiritborn.
Collaboration's a big thing, and you know, it really starts with the character art department. They take these like 2D images and bring them to life in 3D. They will start to figure out materials, the fine details of how our armor's crafted, to like big silhouette shapes.
Booba.
One of the interesting things about this class is we started to recognize that like the helms, the gauntlets, the belts were really great places to like hone in on those like visual elements. Yeah. And another nice thing is like the armor really started to kind of come into the space of being very functional and practical. You'll notice that like the legs are kind of open, the upper body's kind of open. It's because we're making a really fast, agile class. So we want everything to kind of line up. And like Brent said, like they don't need to be fully armored. They are protected by the Spirit Guardians. Their offense is their defense, and it shows when you play it. Speaking of fast and agile, we move to tech art. Tech art really is the team that will kind of find what our limits are and kind of allow us to break them a little bit. So they do a lot of range of motion tests. They're trying to figure out how we can get really dynamic poses, really dynamic lines of actions, and we want to push that because this class really needs us to kind of be in the spot where we're like kind of pushing the boundaries of what we've done normally.
Yeah, it's awesome because like you guys mentioned like super like hypermobile class and you know it's the apex predator in the jungle itself. Like how do you put that towards something like animation now, like getting the character to move and kind of telegraphing that through that animation?
Yeah, you know, like one of the key elements here is making sure that we have a combat archetype that's unique. So if you take a look at the original 5 classes, each one of them has a very distinct style. And so when we're thinking about the Spiritborn, we naturally went to martial arts. And what does that mean for the movement through the jungle? And actually, I feel like we found a really good pairing there.
Yeah, like the animation team, like they went crazy with reference. They were looking at Muay Thai, Taekwondo, kickboxing, boxing, karate. There was a stunt woman that did these amazing like reference materials that we saw. And the really interesting thing here is we're not trying to like just mimic a martial arts style. We're really trying to find the best pieces of them and seeing where they fit, how can we manipulate them, how can we rearrange them in ways that make a really unique and interesting fighting style for the Spiritborn. Once the animation team has that, and like they, you know, again, they have a wide range of options that they're looking at, they start to figure out like where it fits for each guardian. So, for example, the gorilla is blunt force, lots of strength. The jaguar is cleaves, multi-hit combos, aggression. The centipede is like open palm strikes for applying poisons and unearthing things from the ground. And the eagle is about really precision movements and repositioning on the battlefield. So like they nailed it when it came to that.
You know, honestly, it's like the combination of all the things that we put together. We'd been talking about, it's like we've almost invented our own martial arts style for Diablo. And we'd been talking about this the last few days with all the people that we've met with. And they actually said, hey, does it have a name? And currently it doesn't. So like for those of you at home, if you got ideas.
Check out the you know the Spiritborn gameplay and like, you know, if you have names, suggestions, like
yeah, we got to name
ears.
this thing.
Right. Exactly, we're all ears.
That's right.
Well, we've heard about, you know, concept, and we've heard about character art, tech art, and now we just heard about animation. I always call it kind of like the frosting on the cake, and that is kind of VFX, and that makes everything kind of pop a little bit. How does VFX actually play into something like the Spiritborn?
Yeah, you know, at this point, VFX is really they're an amazing bridge between like gameplay and the visuals of the game. And they had a really important lift, which was to try to figure out like, how do we represent like the spirit realm and these like elemental spirit guardians like together? What is that fantasy and what is that story we're telling? So Eleni mentioned earlier that like there's this veil, right? So we needed to understand like, how do you get the Jaguar, for example, to like come through this veil, show up in Sanctuary, and exit through the veil. So visually, we're looking at like, what is the Spirit Realm? So we have this like kind of bluish white mist. They come in through the veil. That bluish white mist kind of like trails off of them. They become physical. The Jaguar is now engulfed in flames. This Spirit Guardian. It kills everything on the screen that you can like that's around it, and then it exits through that veil and kind of like transitions into that blue-white mist again. That's a fantastic story for us to tell. And it also allows us to start to understand like what are our pieces with the VFX and how to then ramp up our basic skills to be maybe lean a little more into the elemental side, our core skills. We start to like kind of blend the two together. You know, maybe it's like the gorilla fish show up and they look like that spirit element. And then they, you know, then you go into the ultimates where it's just like our spectacles like ramped up. And to be honest with you, like when it all comes together, like there is a feel to this class that is really awesome. Kind of like inherently martial arts has a rhythm and a cadence to it. This class has that. It's fantastic to look at. You feel it when you play it, and the art team, they killed it. They did a fantastic job.
Yeah, I gotta give another shout out to the Diablo 4 art team. Absolutely killed it. The Spiritborn is fantastic. It's great to look at, great to play. But Nick, thank you so much for walking us through the creation of the Spiritborn. Reminder for everyone watching from home, we'll actually be holding a Q&A at the end of today's Spiritborn showcase, similar to how we always do with all our live streams. You can drop your questions in the Diablo Twitch chat, and we will try to get to as many of them as possible towards the end of the show.
Of course, guys. Right after the trailer is over, you can already go look up all the big guys. You have like around 4 of them already planned for the next one. Of course. No problem.
We've heard the lore, we've seen the art. Now let's get ready to talk about some gameplay. I know a lot of people are excited to hear more about how this class actually plays. So next up, we have Bjorn Mikkelsen, class designer, on stage to talk about the gameplay for the Spiritborn. Bjorn is actually here to tell us more about the Spiritborn's overall class kit and design. And later on, we'll get into some itemization, which I know every fan wants to hear about because itemization is, of course, incredible, especially within Diablo.
Bjorn, that is
welcome.
Being built.
Thanks for having me.
I know Bjorn will be a fan favorite here because he's going to walk us through all the skills and the gameplay for how it works. So Bjorn, can you kick us off and like tell us, a little bit about this new class?
Absolutely. So yeah, just like high level, like what is this class? Excellent question. So basically what Spiritborn are, they are these jungle warriors who are empowered by the spirits. They're sort of this dexterity-focused class and sort of masters of martial arts and hand-to-hand combat. And so what they do is ultimately all of their actions and their movements, they sort of resonate with the spirits to form sort of these unique combat styles as they're fighting. They sort of mix and match them to hit whatever sort of build they need.
Awesome. So like if you are a current Diablo player right now, or like let's say I'm a current Diablo player, which I am, I play a lot of Rogue or Barb, like where would you kind of place the speed and aggression of the Spiritborn?
Yeah, I would say Spiritborn is definitely probably our fastest, most aggressive class. It's got multiple gap closers built into its basic attacks. It's got several movement skills, very high damage on those, as well as several ways to upgrade its evade skill as well. It's all about kind of like getting on a target, sticking to it, and killing it.
Awesome. I know we had footage earlier of like, within the trailer of players actually being able, and we talked about this earlier, players being able to actually summon in these spirit guardians. So can you like just summon a giant jaguar into battle or anything like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, kind of in addition to being these master martial artists, because they're empowered by these spirits, you'll see parts of the spirits, but then ultimately with the ultimates, the spirits themselves will show up on the battlefield and they'll empower you and deal damage.
And it's really the core of the fantasy, right? Like if we talk about power fantasies, summoning the god into battle is the power fantasy for this class. And one of the things that I really liked about that is that we were getting a bunch of feedback early on about making ultimates more meaningful. And we were actually able to do that with this class ground up.
Awesome. I know people are probably dying to know, like, okay, let's jump into some Spirit Guardians. So I think this is a great opportunity. Maybe we should start off with like the Jaguar being the first one. Bjorn, do you want to take us through the Jaguar itself?
Sure. Yeah, starting off, Jaguar is a great one. Jaguar is, as we've kind of touched on before, it is sort of this manifestation of just like the hunter. It's exhilaration, it's violence, it's aggression. It's attacking repeatedly, kind of just constant pressure as it's going. It's got these ramping mechanics to it. It's got lots of kill streaks. Mechanically speaking, the way we've kind of translated this, its primary focus is attack speed, and it chases that through a new keyword and mechanic that we call ferocity. This is a stacking buff that it can generate, usually via Jaguar skills, that will increase the attack speed of all of its skills, but it will also enhance other Jaguar skills so you can use them more often, reduce their cooldowns, that sort of thing. Moving on to an example, I guess, of a Jaguar skill. First off, here's one we have Ravager. This is a new type of skill we're adding to the game called Incarnate skills. They all have a passive and active effect. This one allows you to maintain your ferocity at just like a minimum level, so you're all just like a little bit fast. But then when you activate it, you kind of go full Jaguar mode. It gives you additional attacks, kind of like whenever you hit something, it does an extra strike. So it can even turn like skills that are like deal a little bit less damage, they can now deal extra damage just whenever you hit something. Moving on to another skill, we have Rushing Claw. This one is the Jaguar's kind of primary mobility skill. It will dash you through a target and slash everything along the way. And the key to this one is you can kind of use it over and over and over again, like multi-strike your enemies. And then finally, of course, we have the ultimate, the Hunter. This will actually manifest the Jaguar onto the battlefield. You'll leap through the air. It's also a movement skill. And when you land, the Jaguar will destroy everything. And it also has upgrades to kind of help chase the kill streak vibe. There's a chance to reset the cooldown after you kill something with it.
Yeah, so if you look at all of these things as a package, you start to see almost a combat archetype built into each Guardian themselves. And that was actually something that was really important to us. So if you were speccing into the Jaguar, it's important to those types of players who do want to keep the attack speed up, that do want to keep their kill streaks going. And you're going to see this as like a through line that each particular Guardian will have their own thing.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the fast, frantic gameplay, and I will say I have a little bit of bias towards the Jaguar for sure. But I know we want to go on to the other Guardians for sure, and for all our tanky friends out there, Bjorn, do you want to walk us through the Gorilla?
Absolutely. Yeah, moving on to the Gorilla. The Gorilla
and the Eagle. Centipede and Eagle are
core
my
concept
right
behind protection and defense. But it's not just like passive defense. This is a very active defensive play style where you're shrugging off the damage, but you're also returning it to your attacker. So it's really got this kind of core of like retribution also sort of built into it. Its core mechanic and stat that we work with is damage reduction. It chases this in two ways. One is through using block, sort of actively blocking damage, as well as a second new keyword and mechanic called Resolve. This is also a stacking buff, but this one falls off whenever you get hit, so it's really important to keep stacking it and kind of keep stealing yourself and building your Resolve back up, but as long as you have any stacks of it, you get the full damage reduction bonus. So moving on to just a couple examples for Gorilla skills. Starting off, we have Crushing Hand. This is their core spender skill. Kind of just does what it says. We'll smash your enemies to pieces. Kind of neat thing about it is it's actually two separate attacks that kind of overlap in the middle. So you can sort of prioritize a single target and deal double damage to it. Another attacking skill that we have, this one's Payback. This one really leans hard into the sort of aspect of retribution that we have going on. This one will deal a large amount of damage, and that damage will ramp up the more something has hit you. So it's really good for just like ending a fight if you need to. But also like as things are hitting you, that will reduce its cooldown. So kind of you have this flow of like being able to sort of like end fights, but also kind of keep hitting as you go. And then finally, again, we have the ultimate skill, bringing in the Gorilla itself. The skill is called the Protector. It creates a large protected area on the battlefield that will grant you barrier while you're inside of it, as well as several other defensive bonuses that you can spec into with it. And the Gorilla will just smash any enemies that try to come and harm you while you're in it.
Yeah, if you like that bruiser archetype, like this is the build for you. It is definitely about that give and take of damage. I mean, you'd said it earlier. Anyone who's been looking for a tank or a tank-like build in Diablo, this is the one that you're going to want to spec into as a part of your kit.
Yeah, it sounds like a really unique way of being able to, especially for tank players, to like bring damage to enemies and stuff like that, which is so awesome. So next, on to our third guardian. Of course, we have the eagle. Bjorn, do you want to take us through the eagle?
Yeah, so the eagle, kind of soaring above it all, we've got this guardian that represents precision and accuracy and kind of finesse. Its ability, its freedom of movement, like a lot of the movement that the class has is very aggressive, very in your face, and the eagle really is able to kind of take that to another level and kind of go wherever it wants. In addition to that, it can also sort of like extend its attacks to sort of pseudo-ranged playstyle. Allows it to really like prioritize a target and sort of like hit from anywhere. So its core stat that it cares about is movement speed. That allows it kind of, like I said, able to kind of go anywhere it wants and sort of tactically reposition on the battlefield. And it also has several ways to sort of amplify its evade skill, adding damage, that sort of thing to it. So moving into just a couple examples, we of course have to start off with Soar. This is sort of Spiritborn's premier mobility skill. Takes you up into the air, out of the battle for a second, able to dodge mechanics with that if you need to. But also, because the eagle is all about kind of those big impacts as well, it will create a target area where you're going to come down and make those enemies vulnerable so that it just amplifies the damage when you land. Moving on to another example, we have Razor Wings. This is a damaging skill for the eagle. This one has kind of this cool back and forth where it sends it out, allows you to hit something at range, but because it also returns to you, it sort of rewards you for the tactical positioning on the battlefield, so you can sort of line it up so it'll hit different things as it comes back. And then, of course, our ultimate skill, the Seeker, bringing in the eagle itself to just annihilate your enemies with damage. You can cast it anywhere on the battlefield. It charges up and then blasts off. The blast can be upgraded to be a guaranteed critical strike, and while it's on the battlefield, it will also make everything vulnerable for you. This is also like one of the first ultimates that we have, which will have multiple charges, so you can kind of use it back to back or like prioritize a target with it, and there's like a lot of player agency with that.
Yeah, this is really for that tactical player. Where positioning is super important. You don't necessarily want to be constantly in the fray, so you still want to output that damage. Maybe you want to put it in a particular place in the encounter, but you can do it by going in, and then you can get right back out. So for those players who really like that tactical positioning, that's what the eagle is for.
Yeah, it seems like the eagle gives you that extra freedom of in mobility, so you can kind of move in and out, especially with things like Soar, which is sick to see for sure.
It's one of my favorites.
So unique for Diablo 4 for sure on that end. Right. Last but not least, of course, this is probably our most unique Spirit Guardian, and probably one that I'm sure a lot of people are like looking at and going like, oh, this has got to be crazy, and that is the Centipede. So Bjorn, how's the Centipede play out?
Yeah, so moving to the Centipede. The Centipede is very unique. It represents this sort of abstract concept of the cycle of life and death, and the way we've kind of chosen to interpret that is that it's sort of this epicenter of attrition, but it's also like really about just kind of like this endless or inescapable sort of persistence, and that's like really bad for your enemies, but kind of really good for you. So its core mechanics that it works with that persistence is damage over time, poisoning, crowd controls, that sort of thing, but then it uses those things to sort of empower and sustain itself. So also like leeching life and that sort of thing back to you, sort of draining your enemies as you kill them. So moving on to just a quick example, Stinger is our core skill for the Centipede. This one does a large amount of damage in a small area in front of you, but the sort of interesting thing about it is that damage will also echo out to any nearby poisoned enemies. So it kind of has this adaptive, like dynamic range that it has, sort of depending on like how much you've been spreading your poisons around the field. So it can like basically like hit the whole screen if you really want to. Another skill example that we have would be Scourge. Scourge kind of takes that sort of like oppressive control that the Centipede has, and it will fear and it will slow and poison enemies and sort of disrupt any kind of like strategies they might have going on and just sort of allow you to turn the tables on them. And then finally, we have the ultimate skill, bringing in the Centipede itself onto the battlefield. This is the Devourer. Poison laser beams, globs of poison everywhere. Just the Centipede kind of wrecking the entire battlefield. It's got upgrades which will also allow it to instantly execute enemies who have been fully poisoned, sort of helping the cycle of life and death to speed up a little bit there.
Yeah, this is clearly our most Diablo Guardian that we have. It's becoming a fan favorite very quickly. Well, the people who have gotten a hands-on with it have a lot to say about it. But the cool thing about this one is we took on a really unique design challenge. Like, how do you take a concept of damage over time, dealing damage, regenerating life, and make that kind of the core of an entire archetype? I thought you guys did a fantastic job at getting it there. For those type A players who really want to manipulate the field and keep that damage up and keep that resilience going, this is definitely that class for you.
Yeah, I have to call out. It's so crazy seeing a giant centipede behind me right now, but I know a lot of players at home are probably looking at each of these 4 Spirit Guardians and they're going like, hey, this is probably the one I'm going to go with, just seeing some of the gameplay and some of the play styles. But I think one big question that probably a lot of people have is, are you kind of forced to go down one of these, or can you actually do some mix and match, or how does that work?
You know, freedom of choice is really important for this class. So if you want to go all in on one of them, go for it. Like, there's no problem in doing that. There's benefits that you can see from it, but there's also benefits from mixing and matching. Like, we wanted adaptability and hybridization to be at the core of this class. So it's been a goal from the very beginning to actually get that there. So when you get hands-on with this, like, you're going to want to experiment. We want you to experiment. We know that there's going to be many builds that are very emergent. And I actually can't wait to see some of the cool stuff that people come up with once this goes live.
Yeah, exactly. Like, at its heart, Spiritborn is really all about like personalization, sort of expressing yourself. And so like, whichever spirit sort of resonates with you, we really want to allow you to mix and match them kind of to your heart's content. And sort of make that play style choice like fully customizable. And the primary way that we're doing that, or the main way that we're doing that, is the Spiritborn's class mechanic called Spirit Hall. The way the Spirit Hall works is you start your journey off by choosing one of 4 bonuses. At the top, the primary bonus. This is a massive bonus that will add sort of a thematic effect to all of your skills of that type. So like an effect like the Jaguar will add extra strikes and that sort of thing to all your Jaguar skills. But a subtle but very important extra piece of this is that we'll also add that spirit's tag to your entire skill kit. So every single part of your skill kit now has the Jaguar skill. And so even if you want to use like centipede skills, you can still sort of hook into various parts of the Jaguar using this bonus. Then later on in your journey, you will unlock a second bonus. This is a set of 4 distinct bonuses from the first. Each of these kind of has a tie-in with the sort of core mechanics of each of the spirits. So we mentioned before sort of the new keywords that we are introducing, like with the Jaguar has ferocity, the Gorilla has resolve, those sorts of things. These give you an opportunity to sort of mix those into your kit, regardless of like if you are using those specific skills or not, and sort of like add that extra layer on top of your build. And when you're choosing these spirits, these can absolutely be the same. You can pick Gorilla and Gorilla, Jaguar, Jaguar, or you can mix and match them. And it's really important that like they all kind of flow and work together.
So if you look at the nesting doll effect that we have of your skill tree, your class mechanic, this can get complicated very quickly. And so one of the things that the team took on was this idea of finding what resonates most with each Guardian, and how do we create some level of overlap so that we can have some synergies between all of them.
Yeah, exactly. As we hit, like each of these has like very clear themes, right? You've got the Jaguar with its attack speed, you've got the Gorilla with its protection. You can definitely build into those, but it was important for us to sort of establish that these spirits, they don't exist like in isolation from each other. They have overlap. They have things that they both care about, and that allows us to sort of create these very hybrid-esque builds that work together. You know, just like an example, right? You've got like the Jaguar is a hunter. It's all about aggression and kind of chaos, and that's a thing. It loves that. But as a hunter, you're also sort of providing, you're also sustaining yourself, which is a thing that the centipede also loves to do. And so they both care about healing, and they both have like different hooks that they can do for that. And so you can really like, if you're looking to get more healing into your build, you can add some centipede, you can add some Jaguar, mix them together, you can make an entire build about healing that is centipede and Jaguar. These aren't like prescribing ways to build, but they're more so just like, they're overlapping stats that allow them to sort of communicate with each other. So just a couple examples. We have, for instance, if you want to build like the Gorilla, Gorilla is a lot of protection, Jaguar is a lot of sort of chaotic, constant damage. So when you mix those two together, you get this sort of like semi-tanky brawler who can just kind of go toe-to-toe with anything. And they sort of like dip into the stat of dodge, because dodge is a little bit inherently a slightly more RNG, a little bit more chaotic, kind of Jaguar, but it also kind of has that damage mitigation. And so you kind of combine them together and you have this very like retribution, but also fast-paced playstyle. Another example would be potentially if we think about like the centipede and the eagle. The centipede's all about sort of debilitating your enemies and like making them weaker, and the eagle's all about like kind of finding those weak points and like getting these high damage, you know, bursts off. So when you add those two together, they both care about vulnerable and sort of like turning the tables on all of your enemies. And so adding that together kind of creates this character that's sort of just able to like prioritize a target, weaken it, and then just like cull it from the battlefield.
Yeah, it's. I'm so glad Bjorn brought all these like really good examples for us. He's got a lot of footage for us to go through. It's awesome to see all these skills and how they work with the actual Spirit Guardians. And of course, the big popular topic that comes with every single class is itemization. And I know we have a lot to talk about with legendary aspects and some uniques as well. So Bjorn, Brent, like how does itemization work with Spiritborn?
Yeah, we all know that itemization is the heart of the game, right? And as we've been moving through our itemization journey with this game, we've had a really great opportunity to fold in all the feedback and how that applies to the Spiritborn as we've been developing. And one of the cool things that we did was took the opportunity to actually lean into the things that you get from items and see how they build into the spirit's abilities themselves. So we're going to show a few examples of that. Now this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot of really cool stuff coming, but we thought we'd do a really quick breakdown and show you what that looks like.
Yeah, so just hitting a couple examples, you know, we have added this large suite of Spiritborn legendaries and uniques to the game. But just to break down kind of some of our thoughts as we were working with them, sort of the types of legendaries you can expect to see. You know, one example, as we were just speaking about sort of these hybridization things, there's a lot of different stats in our game and sort of making them work together, not just like work together, but like be cool together. So we kind of have this category of items that will sort of interweave a couple of different stats. Secondly, we have our power augmentation legendaries. These just kind of let you take like your favorite skill and ascend it to its final form and just kind of like go crazy with it. And then thirdly, we have sub-powers. These are sort of things like, we think of them like rogue grenades, barbarian, dust devils. These are sort of things you can sort of build around. They're sort of almost like skills, but they don't exist in your skill tree as things you can put on your bar. And then finally, we have our unique items, which are there to enable you to sort of make the craziest builds you can think of. So moving on to a couple examples, just kind of one for each real quick. We have Tormentors. This is an example of a hybridization legendary. This one interweaves poisoning and thorns together, kind of in an interesting way that'll allow you to apply your thorns, you know, in a different way than just like having something hit you all the time. It's great. You can probably see the connection. Gorilla, Centipede, they'll love this sort of thing. Moving on to an example of a power augmentation, we have Bristling Vengeance. This takes the payback seal that we kind of hit on before. Usually it's like a smaller AoE like right in front of you that just hits one enemy, but this one really allows it to sort of like extend its range, hit multiple enemies, as well as apply your thorns over an area. And then thirdly, we have an example of one of our sub-powers. This one's called a Pestilent Swarm. The cool thing that we're kind of trying to out with each of our sub-powers is there are multiple legendaries for them, and they sort of allow you to customize how they work. So there's like one that'll let your Pestilent Swarm like poison enemies, one that'll make it spiral, one that'll even make it orbit. You can sort of like combine those, like you can have it orbit and spiral, or poison. You can just have it shoot off, kind of whatever works for your build. We really want people to be able to experiment and play with those sub-powers. And then just a couple of teasers, some of our uniques. These are some unique boots that basically allow you to override your evade skill with Soar. Just get the ultimate amount of mobility you can think of. The neat thing about that is also that it allows you potentially like to take Soar off your bar. You can't let it go, but you at least kind of get to keep it with you in that evade slot. And then another example would be our unique quarterstaff, which is one of the two weapons we're adding with the Spiritborn. This one sort of allows you to ramp up your basic attacks. Spiritborn's basic attacks are a little bit special. They're kind of really cool. They're these 3-hit combos, and each third hit does like a special thing. And this specific unique basically lets you get that third attack all the time. So then we have to take their third attack and make it a triple version that almost turns them into a different skill entirely.
Yeah, this is awesome, seeing all the couple of examples of uniques. As Brent mentioned, this is just kind of like the tip of the iceberg. Yeah. I personally would take the Soar boots all day. You know, being able to use, you know, Soar as an evade is absolutely amazing. But I want to give a huge thanks to Bjorn for walking us through all the skills, especially associated with the Spirit Guardians, and of course
I found
the
2
itemization
yesterday.
across
Maybe
the
we're
whole
gonna find
entire
one later
class.
as well.
We will actually have an extensive look for the entire community after the show on our blog. It will provide a great amount of detailed mention here immediately following the stream, so you can check it out and do a deeper dive with the Spiritborn yourself. Now we're going to bring back everyone to get into our Q&A for all things Spiritborn. Now we're ready for our community Q&A, where we'll answer your burning questions for all things Spiritborn. If you have questions, again, please drop them in Twitch chat, and we'll try to get through as many as possible through the whole entire Q&A process. Thank you guys for joining us. We did some musical chairs to get everyone back up here during that quick little interstitial. I know as questions are coming up, one big question that everyone always asks, and I know we've probably seen it a million times in chat already, is like, hey, we have the Spiritborn. This is a brand new class. Why not something like a class from a prior game, like a paladin or something from that?
Yeah, right out of the gate, right?
Right out of the gate.
You know, when we started off, one of the key things that were really important to us was to make sure that the class came from the place that we were going. We also knew that, you know, we did a really good job at revisiting classic archetypes like the barbarian and the necro. And so we were in this position where doing something new was a great opportunity. It was something that allowed us to inject some fresh gameplay in, and going after the Spiritborn was a wider palette to play with. And so making sure that we were building something from the ground up from Nahantu was really the driving factor of this, and we're very proud of where we landed at today.
Awesome. Another question that this is everyone. This is the first time you guys are explaining. This is everyone's favorite moment where I butcher Twitch names like no other. But Arcphoenix asks, wait, the lore, like where have the Spiritborn been in D3, D2?
You can also ask me. I will have a developer later here. We're gonna have some.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before. Like this is a religion that has been building up over time. They're a little more secluded, and really one of the things that we looked at is like the early exploration of Akrat, right?
Yeah.
Like there wasn't much development that was going in, so that was like a new frontier for us to work with.
Yeah, and in general, the Spiritborn, which you'll notice when you do play the game, they are very scattered throughout Nahantu. It's not like they have this massive presence where you walk in and you're like, there they are. You know, it's like a little different than that. They're hidden, they're in the jungle, and they don't necessarily want to be seen. And this has sort of been the idea this entire time. It takes a lot of devotion to be a Spiritborn. This isn't something that you can hop in and out of. So when we talk about being a Spiritborn, these are people who have devoted their entire lives to be doing this one thing, and that's what they're doing in Nahantu. They're not exploring really.
I know we've actually gotten a few questions about this specifically. And this is a pretty good question for Bjorn and Nick, because a lot of people have noticed, like, hey, quarterstaff and new weapons. Like, what are the new weapon types for Spiritborn specifically?
Sure. Yeah, Spiritborn's bringing 2 new weapons with it. First off, we have the glaive, kind of its premier weapon that you see in all the key art. That's really the weapon for like a hunter. It's great for like taking down priority enemies. It's got built-in elite damage, that sort of thing. And then the second weapon we're adding is the quarterstaff. This is a faster weapon that they can use to even sort of like adds like block chance and that sort of thing to it. So it's almost like a little bit of a pseudo defensive weapon, but it's also got very high attack speed.
Yeah, from a fantasy standpoint, it was really cool to like try to create weapons that made sense for, again, like Brent mentioned, like where the class is from.
They have one
so
weapon
like, you know,
slot,
a glaive
and
makes
it's
a lot of sense for like
exclusively
cutting through the jungle, you know, being an aggressive weapon, being an attack-based weapon. The quarterstaff is really cool because it's like, you could imagine like, how do they train with this? They probably found like really strong branches from like trees that were really important to them, and they start to like train with that, and eventually they kind of start to perfect that craft and that bow staff. So there's a lot of really cool fantasy that we can like, the art team can really dig into.
It also looks cool.
Yeah.
Like just to be frank, like if we're talking about a martial arts class, like having the bow staff or the glaive to like really extend some of those key poses that we got with the martial arts stuff that we put into the game. I mean, it looks really good.
Yeah, it's awesome to see like new weapons for the Spiritborn with Vessel of Hatred. So another question that we have here, this is from Bucko351, easy name. Question, what's the difference between the Spiritborn and the Druid class? The Druid class currently has bonds with like the stag, the wolf, the eagle, and the snake. Like what's kind of the changes between that and something like the Spiritborn?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the Spiritborn, you're not necessarily turning into this animal that we're talking about. This is a spirit guardian that lives in the spirit realm, and you're channeling this spirit guardian, and the manifestation that we're talking about is what comes out. So we talk about like ferocity or something. That's something that you see in the jungle, right? So you have this jaguar that's recognizable, and that's this manifestation. It's the best way to show that. So if we had a different belief, then it would manifest in a different way. Versus the druid, you sort of really encompass the entire animal.
And you see that in the gameplay quite a bit, where I think, Nick, you were mentioning before, where it's like, yeah, I have this bond with the centipede. When I call him in, I call the centipede in to deal with this side of the combat, and then I go off and I start managing the other side of the combat. So you really see this like combat partnership between the Guardians and the Spiritborn, which is incredibly unique.
We got a question here from Kat the Dewey. They're asking, we've seen 4 Spirit Guardians. Are there other Spirit Guardians that were considered potentially?
Yeah, look, I'll spill the beans. I'll talk about it. You know, when we're choosing the spirits, we played around with a lot of concepts. Super abstract stuff that weren't animal-based. We talked about, okay, if I'm from the jungle, these things would probably represent things I know, which brought us to animals. And when we think about protection and strength, we originally had some conversations around an elephant. Like, what does an elephant mean? If there's a animal that represents like family and protection the most, the elephant is one of those. The gorilla was also being talked about at the same time, and they mean the same thing. So when we looked at them side by side, that really came down to like which one can convey the best powers, what gives you the right movement and visuals that you would need for the power set itself. Yeah. So yeah,
I was just gonna say, like, we spent a lot of time trying to figure out, like, there's a lot of collaboration, and sometimes art will inform design, design will inform art. So I think this is a great spot where, like Brian was saying, like, we're looking at a lot of different things, but like when you think about Nahantu, when you think about like the canopy of the jungle, and you start thinking about how does that protect what's in the jungle, like the gorilla just made a lot of sense, like thematically. So like we start to find those moments, right? And you think about the centipede, it's like there's like the ground and the roots of the jungle, like what comes up, there's insects. So, you know, we spent a lot of time like exploring that. But when you think about the gameplay connection, poisons, fears, right? The centipede, that this like life and death kind of cycle they talked about, like the centipede makes a lot of sense. So we really start to try to connect the dots in really interesting ways. And those are the ones that really stick.
Fictionally built. The idea that these things are created based on human beliefs, we believe in more than 4 things, right?
It's like more active forms,
so
not just passive
the idea
forms,
that we could expand this out well beyond the class, we've developed more lore than you're actually going to see in the game for the Spiritborn, because we want this thing to live beyond just Diablo 4.
Awesome. I know we this one's a little bit for Bjorn. We'll test his skill knowledge here, but a question from Churney Fire was, does the echoing poison effect work on enemies not poisoned by you? Is there like a radius limit? Like how does it work specifically?
Yeah, there's a small radius limit to it, but that can be extended through things like tempering and that sort of thing. It will do any poisoned enemies on the screen.
Oh, nice. That sounds crazy. So yeah. And then we have a question from Crawling Out of the Spiral. This one's a lore question specifically. Did Mephisto know about the veil between Sanctuary and the Spirit Realm, and like the corruption within the jungles during Diablo 2? Like, was he able to sense it during that time? I know we had talked about like the Spirit Realm being this pure and like untouched place. So.
Yeah, we can definitely assume that Mephisto knew there was something there. When it comes to the lore of Nahantu, there are a lot of protection that happened during Mephisto's corruption. He wasn't able to break through the veil, so that is something that, you know, that's why it's so dire now. But definitely he had this feeling for sure.
Question for not MVP. How does the resource for the Spiritborn work? Do they generate it like passively, or how does that work specifically?
Sure. The Spiritborn's primary resource is called Vigor. It does not inherently recharge passively. You'll generate it by using your basic attacks. But sort of like the key with Spiritborn being very customizable, like one of the first choices that you'll be able to make in your tree with your basic attacks is you can sort of like customize like how you will build the spirit beyond that, whether it's like by poisoning enemies or by blocking damage, that sort of thing, to really like kind of make the resource work the way you want it to work. And then later on, there are also some uniques that will allow you to further customize sort of like how your build influences the resource generation.
Awesome. I know we just talked about the weapons and stuff, and there's like follow-up questions of like, are the Spiritborn only using two-handed weapons for this class?
Yes.
The short answer.
Yes. They are. The other question that we're getting is, is there like a special quest for before you can actually start a Spiritborn or create a Spiritborn? Are there quests that are maybe specific to the class itself?
Yeah, well, we're going to definitely be introducing the class mechanic similarly to the way that we introduced it with the other classes. As far as the beginning of the story is concerned, you know, we really want to jump straight into continuing the chapter of hatred, right? Like what happened when Neyrel left. We want to jump right into it, get right back into the story, and so we're going to pick up from the perspective where Neyrel left off.
Awesome. That was a question from Agar. I forgot to throw out the name. I do want to give people shout-outs when they do actually ask the names. The Grim Knot asks, does the Spiritborn have ties maybe with the Witch Doctor in any type of way from Diablo 3?
Not at all.
When the same as
Brent is talking about
Sorc and Druid
creating
and Necro,
something new, that's what we wanted to do with the Spiritborn.
Only two-handed weapon.
That also meant really diving into lore and figuring out a separation for freshness. We wanted to still bring in things that were familiar from D2 and just lore in general that we know about, but when it comes to the Spiritborn class and the traditions of the Spiritborn, they're very new. You get a chance to explore it in the game, and you'll see that they're very different.
Awesome. Azeron Bloodmoon asks, how much is the monk inspired into this the gameplay of the Spiritborn?
You know, it's we always look back and we can find like a lot of reference, or we can be inspired by things we've made, but I think when you play the class, you'll see it's extremely different. It's so unique, it's so fresh, and it kind of carves its own space in our kind of lineup.
Is that only going to handicap them?
After an inspirational point, maybe of looking at like martial arts at just the core, it just kind of goes off in its own direction and kind of redefines that space.
We're gonna. Oh, sorry.
Go. I definitely want to add to that. Like, I don't want to be shy about the fact that we know what works mechanically in the game. So we're constantly looking at inspiration for the existing classes, for the new classes, on what works best. Mm-hmm. Take that inspiration and then like take a right turn and actually amplify it or take it into a slightly new direction that makes it very different.
I know we have time for one more question. This is a question for everyone here. What is everyone's favorite spirit? I've already revealed mine, which is Jaguar. But like, what is everyone's favorite spirit guardian here for the Spiritborn?
I mean, I can start. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to say 2. I love the Jaguar as well. But it's just a little bit too chaotic for me, like inherently. And so I love to just like mix the Eagle in there as well, just for a little bit more control, a little bit more like freedom.
Gorilla. I mean, when I saw it show up on screen, beat its chest, and it was just awesome. It was like, that's it.
I knew it. We're like wrestling buds, you know, where we talk about wrestling all the time. I'm not surprised Nick is about like the gorilla.
I'm not
surprised.
sure who's joining me
My
later.
favorite guardians
Might be one
are
of them, though.
Quatli, the eagle,
Bjorn,
and
maybe.
Balazon, the centipede. I just love the poison, and it's sick. Like, it looks crazy.
Yeah, for me, Jaguar, like it started with that iconic piece. Yeah, sorry, we're gonna have to share a little bit.
Hold on a second.
But like the movement, it's such a pace changer for the game. Like once you get into it, it's got a very addictive flow, and so I'm all in on the Jaguar.
Well, it's awesome to hear everyone's favorite Spirit Guardians. I do want to thank you all for jumping in for this Q&A. Before we do close out the stream, we did want to let everyone know that we'll be sharing more about Vessel of Hatred at Gamescom this year on August 20th. But you'll actually have a chance to attend Gamescom yourself and play the Spiritborn in person. We're actually sending 5 lucky players to Cologne, Germany to play the Spiritborn at our Gamescom booth in person. Make sure to check out our Instagram at PlayDiablo and read our blog for full details on the contest after the show. Everyone on the Diablo team is incredibly excited for you to check out the new class coming with Vessel of Hatred on October 8th. And of course, you can pre-purchase the expansion now. Stick around to check out our Diablo creators, Rax, Woody, Macro Bioboy, and Fame. They're actually upstairs right now, streaming live here at Xbox Studios with Spiritborn gameplay. Also, shout out to Xbox Studios for hosting us. We really appreciate it. And of course, you can check out Kind of Funny Games after the stream, where they'll be live chatting with Rod Ferguson, GM of the Diablo franchise. Brent, Eleni, Nick, Bjorn, thank you for being here to walk us through the Spiritborn. And thank you all and everyone at home for tuning in. We'll see you in Nahantu.
All right. You guys ready? All right, let's see if I have to do some stuff here. The sound a little bit again, right? That's probably a bit too loud here. Let me see. Okay, so this is the preview build. I have to log in. Wait, one sec. Oh my god. All right. They gave me like a password here. So this is a preview build that we will play here. This is locked to level 30. So this is kind of like early game stuff. I don't have access to like every single unique and all that kind of stuff as well. So keep that in mind. But we have like all the aspects, I believe. Some mats, we can try some stuff. There's like preset characters. Hope I did it correct. Fuck. Okay, let me try that again. Maybe it was this. Okay, let me try to restart this. I closed the game earlier and then I have to log in again. Previously they were already like logged in, basically, and I didn't have to do that. But then I closed it because of the live stream, so that was a mistake, I guess. Otherwise I'll just call someone real quick. Okay, we did it. Okay, all good. All right. So here, these are preset characters. And I think this is also what you're gonna see on Gamescom, by the way, in case you're going there. We're gonna start with the Eagle. That's gonna be my first character. You can't change everything. Okay, let me see. Let me tell me, guys, if the sound is fine. Like, is the volume okay? Game sound, my voice, and so on. So let me know. It might be a bit too loud, actually. At least for me, it's a bit too loud, I gotta say. One sec. Oh yeah, it actually reset the. Okay, let me just like do that real quick.
Greetings.
I think this is probably fine. Yeah, game is too loud. Okay, so you're gonna load this a bit lower so you don't get blasted. Okay. So that's a Spiritborn, guys. First time. Skill tree. So as I said, we are level 30. Let me just see like the skill allocation here. What do we got? Razor Wings. So this is the Seeker. Counter attack, Rushing Claw. This is the Rushing Claw is the movement skill. It's really awesome, by the way, the skill. Rushing Claw is a badass. So we are here in, this is the region, guys, Hantu. It's like a full, it's like a full extra region. There's actually parts blocked off here. This is also part of it. There's like something here that we can't discover, and also here, I guess it's like, you know, campaign related and whatever. And you see, compared to like, for example, Havazar or Fracture Peaks, it actually seems larger than the others. So that's kind of cool. Perfect timing. And that's the Spirit Hall here. So he swapped the spirits. I think they showed us right earlier. So you have these 4 different choices. There's one primary spirit and one secondary spirit. The primary always gives you this extra attack. All skills are now Jaguar skills. All skills are now Eagle skills, and so on. So this it allows like a lot of the combinations you can do with the class. We played it yesterday for like 4 hours. It's a bit loud. Okay, we can change that again. Yeah, let's make sure that the voice is not being too overpowered here by the game, I guess. Let's do this. Is that better? Okay, I think I can also make my microphone a bit closer like this. So it should be better now. Music only. Music is blasting. Okay, let's do this. Alright. Well, this is just a preset here, but you can adjust stuff. I have not 100% sure what is like. We have some legendaries here. Okay. It is a cool legendary here, the rebounding aspect. So Quill Volley. Can you use it without? No, I have it on a weapon, so I can't use it without. But basically, it has like this return animation. Usually they just fly out, but now they also come back and they explode. Okay. Okay, I wanted to show you some cool stuff with the Razor Wings, right? So Razor Wings is this skill. This like floating glaive that just flies out and comes back. So I'm gonna show you something there. You have to respec this. This is a Jaguar ult. It's called the Hunter. You saw it earlier in the preview. And well, it doesn't have to be this one actually. You can do it with another one as well. But what you can do is you can do this. You shoot 3 of them at the same time, which is pretty awesome. And down here there's an interesting little passive point. It says upon casting an ultimate skill, the last potency defensive focus skill is free to cast, and you can do this up to 3 seconds. And then it gets pretty wild. So I'm gonna show you guys that. This is something that I remember from earlier in chat. People were like saying that, oh man, it looks so cool. I'm gonna show you something really cool. So let me just take out some points here. So let's just take that. I don't know what this is. Start to find some elites. So this is what that looks like. Yeah, that's usually like a 30 seconds cooldown. So you have to use that and then use the ultimate, and then you can use it like how often you want in 3 seconds. So that's what that looks like. I love it, but it comes back like very slowly. I mean, we can use the Jaguar. The cool thing about the Hunter is, you'll see that again. Like we can use the Hunter. Oh shit! I actually Okay, now it does my Rushing Claw. You see, this is like also one of these categories, potency skill. So it actually reset this. So basically, it says the last cast potency skill. So in that case, I have to press the Razor Wings like this, and then ultimate, and then ding, 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 ding. And then you run. No, look. I love it, man. That's really cool stuff. And the cool thing is the Hunter, it resets itself whenever you kill something, so you can do it again. Yeah. Twisting bugs. Yeah, you're gonna see the centipede later. So let me just like, I have double Jaguar now. You can actually combine the two spirits, by the way. You can do Jaguar primary and Jaguar secondary, for example, or you can like do whatever you want here. So that's like cool combos. Now, where did we go? We can go down here. There's like Helltide going on. There's dungeons as well. You can try some dungeons. They made a lot of cool new bosses and stuff. Maybe we can go into a dungeon. Is there one here? Yeah, Forge of Malice. I did it yesterday, but I don't remember which one it was exactly. We can go in there. Spiritborn is just an Amazon. It does have maybe some Amazon-like mechanics, like with this two-handed weapon and so on, but it doesn't have a bow. It's only two-handed glaives, quarterstaffs, and I think pole arms. Show the main city. We can go to Kurast. It's Kurast Bazaar. That you can use this. Actually, wait a minute. There's something else I want to try. Ah, no, okay, that's all good. All good. What I do like though is this skill. It's called the Ravager, which is a focus skill and an incarnate skill. So it has like this passive and active ability, and every time you strike something, you do like extra strikes. I think I also showed this earlier, which is really cool. I want to spec into this. And you also get plus 30% vigor, which is very nice while it's active. And we don't need counter attack here. It's like a defensive skill that gives you extra dodge and stuff. Not really necessary currently, I'd say. Yeah, we can do that. And then we can go real fast with that. And you're gonna see that kind of the pace of this character. So let me do that. I need to kind of remember. Actually, okay, this is fine. I can do this. What is our key passive here? Adaptive stances. Yeah, these are the key passes. There's really cool stuff. There's, for example, Noxious Resonance. It gives you like some crit and poison combo. So that's kind of interesting. Like that's something that wasn't really possible before. Prodigy's Tempo. You can reset your cooldowns basically with spamming core skills. All potency skills. It actually works with Rushing Claw, which is our mobility skill, so you can try that. There's adaptive stances where you kind of like, you get a bonus for using a skill, and then when you swap the bonus to another skill type, you get another extra bonus. And Vital Strikes is like some huge vulnerable extra bonus and extra damage, but it removes the vulnerable, so I have to constantly apply vulnerable and then remove it and do some extra damage. So that's kind of interesting as well. But we're going to be experimenting with all of these. I just have to put this on the bar. There might be some other tweaks I do on the fly, but I'll try to explain everything I can. Yeah, the cool part about this Jaguar ult is it constantly resets. When you kill something, you have a 15% chance to reset it. So you can like just, you know, here's the Jaguar, and you see here we killed something, you can do it again, bam, bam, bam. And but it only resets while it's active, so it doesn't just, you know, sometimes it can go on cooldown. It doesn't just always reset. Let's pick up these legendaries here because this will help us to make builds or something. You know, this one. This is an old one. I got a Moonrise there. Quarter stuff. Ah, this is actually an interesting one. So here's like an example of a really interesting legendary. The, what is that? Starving Ravagers. So Ravager is the skill that I just put on my bar with this active and passive thing. And now this becomes permanently active, but it drains vigor. So that's kind of interesting as well. So you constantly have these extra strikes, for example. So when I press this, it says unleash a savage roar, causing all attacks to trigger additional strikes. So basically when I do this and then just left click, it will just like hit them again with some extra damage basically all the time. And when, for example, I use my Eagle skill here, the Quill Volley, like this, it will then hit them all multiple times and gets pretty wild. Yeah, for level 30, this is actually, it feels kind of strong and fast already. And you can go pretty ham for sure. The crazy part about this rushing claw is this is like our movement skill here that I use to like dash in. It gets 4 charges every 20 seconds. And you can kind of just like dash around and then you can use ferocity. I think this is actually not spec right now. Let me check that. Yes. So this is what you have to do. I'm not sure why the priest doesn't have that. If you, in case you play this on Gamescom, the first thing you do is you take invasive rushing claw. We're doing our first guide here. You take that, and this will reset the cooldown. You can spend your ferocity stacks. You see they're ticking down here, but you can just like you do Ravager and rushing claw. You see I'm just like rushing, and it just keeps coming back. The only downside of the skill is you have to have a target. You can't just rush into nowhere. But basically it spends your ferocity stacks and you can just rush and you can get the cooldown back. You see it's 1 charge and then boom, it resets the 4. And it's 1 charge and okay, this time I didn't get enough hits. So it's not like 100% consistent necessarily. But yeah. It's pretty cool for like open world content. So once you go to Helltide, you're gonna see that in action. It's gonna be wild. Best class to farm Helltides. Yeah, I mean, it definitely has like a lot of this built-in mobility. All of the basic attacks, they have like a little like, you know, jump forward or jab at the enemy or, I don't know, something like that, like a dash. It's like kind of built into all of them. Besides this one actually that I have, which is Thunder Spike, my left click, that actually pulls enemies to you. You can also pull enemies to that. Let me see that. Is that spec here? No, they have this here. So basically, it will pull ranged enemies a little bit to you. It's not that crazy, but it can help a little bit. Also, you notice maybe in this dungeon there was not any objective. I think they reworked the dungeons. At least the new dungeons, they are different. So there's like the dungeon layout, and you can also find like, I think here I actually missed it now, but there's like hidden like extra treasure rooms and stuff like that. Maybe we'll see one later. Look at the animations here, like on the target. You see all these little hits and the numbers and stuff like that. So this is like the Ravager plus the Jaguar Spirit bonus here, basically. It says every 4th time you hit, you deal again additional slashes for the damage of the 4 hits. And so it's like, you know, just like constant hitting. The Jaguar stuff is all about this like multi-hit stuff. There's also like a skill I can show later. It's actually also here, like Thrash is like the basic attack that also has this kind of like you attack multiple times. I can show that real quick actually. So like that. So it just like, yeah, there's like this animation here. And these are also multiple hits and it's like built into your basic attack. And now you can also, if you use it within 1.5 seconds again, it's always the 3rd strike. See this? So it can get pretty crazy. Yeah. Paragon level 60, yeah, you saw that. Yeah, there is like a bit of like general game rework they're doing that I don't have any details for, but I did notice some of these little things like Paragon level 60. For example, also you see this thing has 69 DPS, nice, at level 30. It doesn't show item power for some reason, but this is way lower than normal. Usually at this level you'd have something like a 300-400 DPS weapon, I think. So I think you can expect something like a stat squish a little bit. And yeah, probably like a rebalance of like, you know, extra levels coming in the expansion and these kind of things as well. Yeah, 400 DPS for 200, yeah, something like that on level 30 exactly. So I would also expect that there's going to be like just several reworks everywhere throughout the game. You can also see it like, for example, you might find some tempering recipes. Yesterday I found some. I found, for example, Elemental Surge, and it had like, I think I had like 100 damage or something on Elemental Surge on like the magic version, which I'm not sure what it is in the main game right now. It's like a few hundred or like, I don't know, almost 1,000 or something like that. So it's like way lower numbers on the weapons. So that's what that looks like, yeah. Bam, bam, bam. But the Rushing Claw is definitely a fun skill, man. This mobility skill. And that's how we clear wavy wins, guys. They go through walls there. Cool, huh? Just need to find like find like a cursed shrine, man. You just stand in the middle, ding 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 ding. 27 waves in 30 seconds. Let's go. Nerf Sorc. Yeah. Dopamine button. Yeah, that's like cool stuff, man. We're gonna try the other presets as well and some combos and stuff, so I'm not gonna stay on like the same. Just wanna see this like one more time in a little bit in action, like let's do some Helltide with the setup here. Yeah, now you don't understand why I like the Eagle so much, man, it's just cool. That's only level 30, I don't have any uniques, I have like 3 legendaries. What do you have here? A Cursed Touch. Oh, a Cursed Touch actually allows some pretty crazy combo. Hello. Mr. Adam Fletcher is here. You want to sit a bit?
I can sit here. I'll kneel.
We have a microphone here. All right. Special guest, guys.
Headsets.
You have the chats here.
All right. I'll look at chat.
Okay. Okay, we have to be a bit careful with the cable.
Hello everyone.
Nice presentation, by the way.
Thank you. It's tough being up in lights for so long. I will say.
I mean, you're used to this at this point, no?
No, our studio back in like at Blizzard is like so much smaller and everything. But yeah, how's everything with the Spiritborn?
Yeah, I just like logged in. I tried to show off some cool stuff like this here, for example, which I think is pretty amazing. When you just like spam.
Cow. Okay.
When you just spam 20,000 different discs flying around here. So I love that. Chat loves it too.
That's awesome.
Guys, we're certainly not trying to get this class nerfed or anything, so don't worry about that.
Balancing is not final. I do want to call that out. Balancing is not final. See, look at this. Woody's already getting something nerfed, you guys. No, I'm just kidding. But,
yeah, I'm working on it.
There you go. Yeah. No.
Chat is asking, when do we get the Paladin?
When do we get the Paladin? I mean, we answered that. We answered the class of like we wanted to have something new, and, you know, for Vessel Patron. It's great. Like I think it's always nice for us to have like a new class that actually players can enjoy. You know, we've had returning classes for D4, and this is our first new class since, you know, the Crusader in the mainline game, outside of like the new classes in Immortal. So it's really cool to see, and it offers like this crazy new play style. I think that people really enjoy.
Yeah, I think that's like the cool part about this class is you have like these 4 different themes in all of the skill categories. So there's like 1 Eagle core, 1 Gorilla core, 1, you know, for everything basically. And then you can like mix and match. And like, for example, right now my skill bar is 3 Eagle and 3 Jaguar. And there's like this, not just 4 different types of builds that you can make, but this whole combination. And I think this is really what makes this amazing.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's so much fun, and being able to do like even hybrid stuff and everything is really great to see. You know, it's funny, I'm like on these streams and I have to like kind of play dumb, even though I've played the class a whole bunch, and be like, I don't know what this does, but I clearly do. So it's more for like informing a new audience and everything for sure.
Yeah.
But no, this is great.
Yeah, have you been looking forward to doing the reveal finally?
Oh my gosh, I've been waiting for so long. And there's so much work that goes into all these from so many different teams, from the dev team to, you know, community to our broadcast teams and everything. So it's really great. Oh, people can't hear me apparently.
Maybe put the microphone a bit closer.
A bit closer to my mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
Adjust the cam. Yeah, true. We have the cam. You're not actually in the.
Oh, I didn't realize. Yeah. It's okay. I don't have to be in it.
You can come a bit closer like this, so it's fine.
It's totally fine. So they've seen enough of me today, so they're all about like gameplay here now, and I totally hear it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like these microphones. You have to have them very close. So
yeah, they're like
it probably picks up.
They're like really crazy, like professional headsets. It's nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm super stoked you guys get like hands on with it, and I'm super stoked that you're able to come out here for this too.
Yeah,
which is really great. So.
It was a bit of a struggle to get here.
It was. It was a journey. We'll call it a journey, not a struggle. We'll call it a journey.
Okay, very positive. Yeah.
Yes, super fun adventure for sure.
Yeah, but it's fine. Like I love being here, and I love that I get the opportunity to play this. Yesterday, I'm not sure if I said this earlier, but we've been playing the build already, so I already know a little bit to actually show stuff off.
Yeah, we didn't want you guys like just coming in blind and then spending like maybe the first hour trying to figure out every like small thing. At least you guys are a little bit more informed on that, so we wanted to make sure that you guys were a little prepared with everything.
Yeah.
Someone's asking, how did Microsoft improve your production so much? We're actually, so we're not in our normal studio. Microsoft has this studio called Xbox Studio, and we were able to come up here and they were able to host us. They're super awesome. That's where we're actually playing right now, at Xbox Studio. There's like a full-on production studio downstairs. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I gotta say this is very professional here. Like, I got like the good room. Everyone else, like, we're all in different rooms basically, and there's not only so many rooms you have here, right?
Exactly.
So I got like the real studio.
Yeah, Woody's in like a full-on separate studio. I think this is like their secondary studio. It was like drawing out of a hat essentially, and so like Rax I know is like on the other side of this wall, and then we got Macro. Macro's actually in our green room, funny enough. So that's where we were doing like hair and makeup earlier, and then Fame is out, kind of in the open area right now. So streamer luck. Yeah. They're all streamers, so I don't know how that works.
Streamer what?
Someone said streamer luck, and I was like, for your location, and I'm just going like, I don't know how that works when everyone here is a streamer, so they all have luck.
Yeah, if they're all in the same place, it will be a bit difficult, I believe.
Exactly. Well, I know you guys have like about like 2 more hours to play through this stuff and like showcase it, so I just wanted to say hi to everyone, and I appreciate everyone tuning in, checking out the Spiritborn playthrough. Enjoy it.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I'll probably appear on other people's streams too, here and there and stuff like that. I'm gonna grab some food, but enjoy. Okay. Thanks, stream.
You just have a break after all the rehearsal and the stream and stuff.
Oh my gosh, it's a day.
Adam Fletcher, guys.
Yeah. See you guys. All right.
Okay. See you later. All right. That was nice. That was not expected. So he just came in. But we might get a dev later, they told me. So I asked them, and yeah, if someone will join us, most likely. I'm gonna do a bit of respecking here right now. So we're going kind of like full eagle right now. I still have the rushing claw, because why not? And we're gonna use like the eagle alt, the soar. Do we have that here? Yes. So this is the soar where you like jump in. Unfortunately, I don't have that unique that they showed. That I actually have not seen that unique earlier. +1 to rushing claw charges. Interesting. That's a nice temper. As for his shirt, I do have one of those shirts actually. They gave me one too. I didn't wear it now, but it's like they gave me like a little bag with some stuff. So I just kind of like I kind of got back to the hotel last night at midnight or something. Like I did this IRL stream on Rax's channel. Where we're just like hanging out and talking, and then we came back to the hotel room and just like crashed, and then we got up in the morning and straight shuttle to the office. So it was, yeah, no time wasted basically. I those 2 points, yeah, I have no idea what to do with them. Let's just take this here, I guess. Actually, yeah, here we go. So here's something cool that we're gonna try. There's this Vital Strikes key passive. You did 100% extra damage to vulnerable enemies. Seems very balanced. However, After making an enemy vulnerable, your next direct damage, it will heal you, gives you some vigor, and it will remove the vulnerable. But the cool part is we have some ways to apply vulnerable consistently. You can see this here if you jump in. Well, everything around me is vulnerable right now. Or you use the ultimate as well. You see everything is vulnerable on the screen. And you see my resources. So there's the next cool thing. It's just like insta full resources and you just keep blasting. So our ultimate, the eagle, looks like this. It makes everything vulnerable while it's on the ground and consistently applies that vulnerable effect, which is pretty cool. And then you blast them. That's what you do. So many monsters. Yeah, this is just like Hell Tide here. This is like how that works. I think we can jump down here, right? Let me check that. Can we jump down there? Oh yeah, nice. Also have this IT mode thing at the top. What is the PH in the item? PH means placeholder, so that's not final. So, you know, maybe the aspect is like not completely done and, you know, maybe the art or something. So PH is always unfinished, basically. So there's something. Here's a new Stronghold that we can show off. This is like the Shakir Stronghold. So I can see that already. What's happening with the mercenaries? There are no mercenaries here yet. I guess you get them later or something. But there's no mercenaries in this demo at least. So this is only level 30. We don't have paragons. We have pretty much all the aspects. I can go back to town later and do the aspects and kind of show them off a little bit and maybe also like show the entire skill tree. I'm just kind of like, you know, clicking stuff, trying to explain a little bit. If it's like sitting here and like, you know, going through every single node, you know, then the 2 hours are already over anyway. So I'll also have like follow-up, you know, I'll make videos about this stuff, you know, I've already been studying it a little yesterday, you know, for hours and I kind of like know all the nodes on the tree and I just try to explain a little bit what is going on. But I can at least like show the skill tree later a little bit. I can show the aspects and the tempering if I find manuals and all that. The new area is connected, yeah. This is like here on the south after Kyrgyzstan and Havazar basically. So there is this Nahantu and it's really large. And like this part here is not part of the demo. This is Kyrgyzstan, but yeah, this is pretty large. So there's a lot of stuff going on. There's new dungeons. There's new strongholds, so everything that the other regions also have. Maybe you're gonna find out. I'm not sure about altars. They might just be completed already or something. I've not really seen any. All the dungeons not have objectives. I think none of the dungeons have any objectives, actually. Yeah. So it's more like exploration now, these dungeons. I'm not sure if only the new dungeons have that or there's like a general rework. I guess at some point you're gonna get more information about like the overall expansion, because for example there's a lot of reworks here. I showed this earlier. The Paragon is level 60, the DPS is way lower. Like they did then like a stats equation stuff like that. So they have not actually given us any info about this, and even if they did, I guess I wouldn't be able to tell. But it's just like stuff I noticed. So the dungeons are different. There's no objectives. You just find the boss and you find stuff on the way. There's also like kind of like these secondary objectives you can just discover now in the dungeons and so on. There's like events you can discover. So if you go to the side rooms, there's like, you know, a treasure room. There's side events. There's like nothing like, okay, free the prisoners. So it's just kind of like more like D2 dungeons, I guess, a little bit or so. You just kind of like walk in and try to find your way through. The layouts are also like still somewhat linear, but sometimes there's like some, you know, kind of larger open area where I kind of just like walk around and try to find stuff. What about renowns? Actually, I could check the renown. I've not checked the renown yet. Any Ubers in my mind that will work with this class? I mean, I don't think I can wear staff. So Avarion is out. You also can't use Grandfather or Doombringer, I guess. So what else is there? I mean, Andarius would certainly be a good item for this. There's like a lot of crazy poison synergies. There's, I think something like Andarius like builds could be insane on this class. Because there are some synergies where your poison can deal crits, basically. There's also other synergies where your poisons can deal, or like enhance your thorns and deal thorns damage, so there's stuff like that as well. But yeah, it's kind of wild what you can do with something like Enquiries, I think, so we'll see. Are there only class-specific weapons available? No, I can use pole arms, I believe. This is a pole arm here, so there's also like a barb weapon, for example. Okay, he's like the boss of the Stronghold now. Let's see what he can do. It's actually a double boss fight. And we have a lot of damage. Thanks to our vulnerable tech that we have here. Because we constantly make everything vulnerable around us. We get our resources back and we do lots of damage. So yeah, that's what that looks like. So there's like more eagle stuff. In particular the Razor Wings, I guess. So I showed like the triple Razor Wing stuff where you can like mega spam it. Wait, it's not the right one, this is here. So you can also like throw them as individual glaives like this. And they just come back. And there's actually... Oh, I think it's a legendary. I can actually check the town. Let's check the town, guys. Let's go to Upper Kurust. What's the special feat on quarter stuff? It gives you extra block and block damage reduction. Like, I'm not sure exactly if there's a cap to it, but it seems like you can just get 100% block and also 100% block damage reduction if you stack it hard enough. Not just for the item, but there's like effects on the skill tree. So here, this is the quarter stuff. 10% block damage reduction, 40% block chance, which is relatively good. Not on its own, but with the synergies that a class has, you can actually enhance this and get a lot of block. You can actually get to 100% block chance. So let me try to find this aspect that I'm looking for. This. Yeah, this is cool. Wait, I actually have it. Do I have it? Oh, we have it. Oh, it actually happened to be on our amulet. So this says, while active, counterattacks reflects incoming Razor Wings back out again. So you could actually combine this and get even crazier if you want, and kind of throw these like swirly glaives around, and then they fly out again. So you can do some kind of funny stuff here. I didn't actually have this earlier, so you can do it even more if you want. Let me try. Wait a minute. Let's just go somewhere here where we can have good visuals. So we need counterattack for that. I guess we take out Sorc. Counterattack is the skill that I earlier said I don't need. So now I need it actually. I have to wait until it's ready. One last time we can do some funny action, because I think it actually works with the triple one as well, where they just fly out again. I did spec into the wait, forgot. Let's do this one more time. And I think then we're gonna go into Centipede, so I don't like waste too much time on just like the single character. We're gonna go into Centipede after that. I have to wait for a cooldown. But it's just so visually pleasing. I just did a dungeon. Yeah, I can do more dungeons. I just did a Stronghold here, so we can kind of go around. I think this is the world boss area here. I'm sure, but I have not seen the world boss spawn, so it might be disabled right now. Okay, let me see if I do this correctly. Yeah. That's how that works, guys. Anyway, let's go. Let's go to Centipede. It's my second favorite as well. Centipede is kind of awesome. The 30 gameplay, by the way, yes. It does have long cooldowns, so you can reset them though. There's like one of the key passes that allows you to reset the cooldowns if you spam your core skills or your potency skills. So you can actually do that with, for example, the Rushing Claw, our mobility skill. This is a potency skill, and we can go for... let's get rid of these guys. So we're playing the poison stuff now. But we can try to do Prodigy's Tempo. So it says every third consecutive cast of the same core or potency skill reduces all skills active cooldowns by 10%, plus 2% for the ranks. So if you have like a rank 10 or rank 15 skill, you can get like a 30% cooldown or something from the one proc. So it can get really wild later, if you can imagine that. So yeah, but you have to invest into it. So that's, you know, usually don't really invest points in like, you know, mobility skills or something like that, right? But you could, besides the ultimates, I guess. But yeah, this is kind of cool. But unfortunately, it doesn't really fit too well into this because I don't actually have enough resources to use Stinger 4 times. It costs 40. We have only 100 vigor. You have to consecutively cast it. You can't do anything in between. So you'd have to get resources somehow or like lower the cost or so. So it's kind of like not the combo for this right now. So we could do, I guess, Vital Strikes again. Or we can do this crit stuff, but we don't have enough crit. But this is kind of interesting. So I guess this is what you naturally would go with. I think it's also the preset is Noxious Resonance, where you deal crits. Like, you know, your crits cause the poison to burst. Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of like, you know, you just poison them up, and then you crit, and then everything just like gets more poisoned, and if they have like some massive AoE damage. But yeah, this is kind of how that works. I think you have to fit in a bit of extra resources though. So let me try to get some points there. We don't really need those here. We can get some this, so it has a bit better resource economy. So like swap a few things. We can also do this again, although it doesn't really fit too well, I guess. Oh. Okay, let me try to remember. So we have a skill here, Touch of Death, which you put it on an enemy and then it dies. And then you see like this thing like flying around there. There's like this little glowing orb. It kind of goes from enemy to enemy. It's a bit like the Locust Swarm from Witch Doctor, I would say, in the 3. So that's kind of cool. And it has like a long cooldown. But yeah, you do this on like a small enemy and it kind of goes around and then like kind of pops off, you know, boom, boom, boom from enemy to enemy. So that's kind of cool. Then you have Toxic Skin, which is just like you activate it, you can run through enemies and you leave behind like a trail. You see the trail? You actually have like the centipede. I didn't notice that animation. It has like the centipede animation behind us. You saw that? Like walking with us. But they aren't like witch doctors. I mean, there's definitely some thematic overlap, I'd say, with the jungle and the spirits and stuff, right? And I guess they borrowed a few ideas there. But yeah, Toxic Skin is kind of interesting. Like, you just kind of walk around, and you have like the poison on everything. And then comes the kicker, which is that with Stinger, you saw that in the preview as well, or they talked about it at least, where if an enemy is poisoned, look at this. I'm just hitting like someone here now, and it will resonate on every other poisoned enemy on the screen. So you can do like the Touch of Death, spread the poison, or you can do like the Toxic Skin, walk through the pack, like this. Stuff dies too fast now, so. But now I can just use Stingers, and then it will just like spread to everything, even though it's just hitting the ground in front of me. So it's kind of an interesting core skill. I like that a lot. It does a lot of damage. Costs a lot of resource though. Kind of, you see, compared to the Eagle stuff earlier, I have a lot more resource issues right now, so it's like something that you have to like solve in other ways. Centipede. Here comes a big one. Bam! I love this laser beam, man. That's the ultimate. And it comes with you. Like if you walk off screen, it just kind of like follows you around and like crawls out of the earth again. It lasts like 15 seconds, man. We can try to actually like speed this up a little bit. So instead of, we don't really need Toxic Skin here, for example, I believe. You can do the Rushing Claw again and go fast. I think it's gonna be like a general thing for many builds on this class. You just go Rushing Claws for like, you know, open world content, easy stuff. It's just fast. You can do both Soar and Rushing Claw. So you have like, you know, one actual kind of teleport skill is the Soar. You fly around, and then you have the Rushing Claw is like go bam, bam, bam between enemies. But you need to have an enemy target to use Rushing Claw. You can't just like dash like the rogues, for example, into nowhere. How are they going to make Paladin without holy damage? I think there's a chance they're going to introduce holy damage into a Diablo game. Think they'll unlock more for the games contest? No, I don't think so. I think this is like the preview climb because it's already, you know, there's like no options here. You can't even go into the settings. every time you log out, it resets the character. It's just like every time you log into a character again, it's like a fresh, resetted character basically. So I think this is already the Gamescom build, or kind of close to it at least. That's like a preview thing here. Imagine the Diablo game without holy damage, man. Yeah, I don't think that will ever happen. What's the arcade on this? 25 apparently. I like the sounds as well of this stinger. It's like the chord skill. I'll right click. Listen. Love it. Real cool. There's like some of the new events here. We can do one of the other dungeons. Is there like another dungeon? I think Fortune Medals we have done already, right? Let's go to Remnants. Remnants of Rage. Sounds good. Yeah, it sounds a bit like the whip, exactly. The stinger. You know, he just like strikes the ground with a glaive. Also like these parts here in the jungle. You see like there's like, you know, healthy, good jungle. It's like the town area, and then you go into here. And it's kind of cool. These monsters, they actually, there's like a barrier for them. They don't follow you. So I guess it has to do with like the campaign, and there's going to be an explanation for this, but it's kind of cool environment here, if you look at that. 99% Spiritborn players at launch. I mean, it's kind of like one of the big selling points of the expansion, right? So you would imagine that a lot of people actually will play the new class. It makes sense. But on the other hand, you know, it's going to normalize at some point. So a few weeks in, you know, everyone's going to try out Spiritborn, and then they're going to go back to their mains, or some people are going to stick. For me, I can definitely see myself sticking to Spiritborn. At least, like, you know, mainly, you know, I play all the classes anyway, but you know, for launch, I guess for a while, I might just do like a lot of Spiritborn stuff, trying to get good and stuff. Oh man, here comes the Cursed Shrine. Too bad we don't have the other build now. I would have liked to try that with the eagle stuff we did earlier. But okay, let's do it anyway. You are not prepared. Yeah, I'm not. So I'm not sure if you're gonna get to see more of, you know, the expansion, and you know, we can't even see the paragons, you can't see the glyphs, right? We don't have any idea about most of the uniques. They just showed a few of them. So like the, you know, the expansion will come out, everyone's gonna be clueless, and it's gonna be like kind of like launch all over again, trying to make builds, trying to figure stuff out. It's gonna be pretty cool, I think. At least from like the you know, community and the theory crafting perspective and like all that. And you know, I love that shit. You know, I always like to make weird builds. So it's gonna be very fun, I believe. Any chance for triple or quadruple build? What do you mean by that exactly? You mean like combining more tags? Have like a Jaguar and a Gorilla and the Eagle tag or something? I don't know, there might be like uniques or something that also give you like tags. There's like a lot of like these like items that actually give you like synergies for those tags. Like, you know, your Jaguar skills do this or whatever. So there's also a lot of stuff on the skill tree, like, you know, your Jaguar skills do that, your Eagle skills do this, or you get extra damage with those skills under those circumstances. And then having like the Spirit Hall where you like convert them into, you know, another one. So if I go like, you know, Eagle, and for example, here's the Eagle passives. Eagle skills have more damage for your movement speed, and you get extra movement speed for using an Eagle skill. So we can actually do that, for example, right? We can actually like spec into this now. And I don't know, let's just take this out, for example. And we take this here. Now we can actually profit from this movement speed effect here. We can get movement speed like this. And yeah, then, you know, you have like a lot of synergies like that, basically. One point I really like is this one here, Mirage. 100% dodge chance for doing evade. You can actually play Elden Ring now. So that's kind of cool. The evades look kind of awesome as well. I want to get like an extra 2 points here somewhere. Don't need this there, and do we have one extra? Maybe we'll just take one out from another. I guess this is fine. Let's just take this here. Okay. Yeah, I don't have so many points, but you're gonna have a lot more points. If you actually level to 60, I'm not sure if it's gonna work like that, but you're gonna have a lot more skill points. Because, yeah, if you get skill points all the way to level 60, you're gonna have more. And I think there's also extra renown. Actually, I cannot open the renown window. What if I do this? No. Okay, so I can't see the renown. They hit it. There's probably some reworks there, I imagine. So in general, they're doing like a lot of like reworking on a lot of stuff, it seems, in the expansion. Trying to like improve everything, I suppose. Let's try to find one of these like treasure rooms here in this dungeon. So I'm gonna explore a little bit here. Let's go down there, let's go up there, and see what happens. More altars of Lilith. I have not seen one. There's an empty event room. Okay. You're waiting for PvP con like battlegrounds and arenas. Yeah, they haven't really said anything, but I wonder if there's like a new PvP area. Maybe one of them is like a new PvP area there that has like maybe a different rule set. Could be, I guess. By the way, here's the elemental surge. 30 to 50 damage. I talked about it earlier. We found it. So this is the magic recipe, which is kind of low. I'm not sure what's on live though, so some people can like start comparing. Will the new zone bring its own world boss? Yeah, I think that will absolutely be a new world boss. That would make sense. Oh yeah, here's an event. New max level, I don't know. I have not been able to play max level yet. So there's like a level 30 preview build. We know Paragon starts at 60. I could imagine that it's like level 120 now, maybe. It's like some kind of a common number, right? So leveling to 60, Paragon 60 to 100, or 120 rather. So maybe something like that. I imagine there's probably like some reworks on Paragon trees and like Paragon boards. They will probably look very different. But I don't have any information about that. What's my key passive for now? Let's try to do the Prodigy's Tempo. The cool part is that you can actually reset your stuff. Yeah, with just like Rushing Claw. So you see now my cooldown on Centipede? Boom, comes back. For every third consecutive cast, I reset the cooldown. So I can actually just kind of keep up. Look at this. I can actually like reset it all the time. And I don't even have cooldown reduction on my gear or anything. So I can do some stuff like that as well, which is kind of cool. Monkey when? We can do the monkey soon, don't worry. We have like I think over an hour still, so it's fine. We're gonna look on all the characters. One thing I like about the poison stuff is also like here, these what are called pestilence swarms, these like circling things. You see them? They've like float around, and I think it's like a bit like you know, something like dust devils, basically, where it's like some kind of skill effect that comes out, and you can like also change them through various aspects. So there's like one where they now start doing poison damage instead of just hit damage, and then they also like they circle around in a spiral. Or otherwise they just like stay in the same place. So there's like multiple ways to like interact with them, and they come from legendary aspects. Ah, treasure room key. Maybe we can try to find it. The execute on full poison seems crazy for pit pushing. But if you think that execute is crazy, then I'm gonna show you something later when you go on the monkey. Because you can do something way crazier than that. Get out the gorilla. Yeah, don't worry. We're gonna get there. But you see how fast I reset my cooldown? The Devourer just disappeared and I didn't even like perma spam it. And I still have my cooldown ready here. Let's go. Bam, bam, bam. So that's kind of crazy with the cooldown reset from the from the key passive. And then the Devourer resets everything. Or not resets, but it poisons everything. And then I can use my Stinger, like my core skill, and then I hit everything that the Devourer has poisoned. So it's kind of cool combos. You thought it's a recording. It's not a recording, man. I'm playing. What do you mean recording? Here's like a treasure room. So there's a bunch of elites here. Just go ham, get out stuff. Maybe get a legendary. No. Did we find anything cool? Eagle augments. Chance for quill volley projectiles to cast twice, by the way. Here we go. So that's the skill I was using earlier on the eagle build. The main ability. Primary Eagle Spirit Hall Potency. There's some pretty interesting stats they added here. So whatever that means. So we actually have Eagle Hall thing right now. It gives you these storm feathers. So that's like one of the Spirit Hall effects. I can show them off later in more detail, I guess. But every time you cast an Eagle skill, you get these storm feathers and then you evade. Okay, he's a new boss. Okay, I need some Devourer action here. Devourer is pumping. I'm getting blasted as well by this boss. So the one thing I'm kind of worried about, I guess, is that most of these ultimates on this class are kind of like damage ultimates. And that has traditionally not worked out in E4 so far at all. So it might also mean that they're doing some general like ultimate rework for all classes. Or something like that. Or like some extra scaling that we have available in the late game or something like that. But yeah. Can you do more stuff right now? I could check like for some aspects. There's like some combos. I'm not sure like how to really make the crit combo work right now because we are like too low level for like this whole like crit stuff to really work out. We have 7% crit and like no crit damage and stuff. But there's a lot of like crit and poison synergies on the class. And there's also a lot of like poison and thorn synergies. And I kind of have the same problems with thorns. That at this low level we can't really build them that well yet. But maybe I can try. We've been playing softcore or hardcore in a new expansion. Yeah, of course hardcore. It's gonna be a race, man. So we're gonna be racing. Let me see, what can we find here? So there are lots of new aspects. Basically everything that doesn't have like a special icon, you see these special icons are what we already saw from the Season 5 PDR. These are the old ones, and all the standard icons are all of the new ones. So there's actually a lot of aspects here. Just defensive, there's actually like 10 of them for this class. And offensive, I'm not sure if there's all of them. But you can see there's like at least 20 plus or so offensive aspects. There's a bunch of resource ones, and so on. And even mobility, I think they have like a bunch of mobility aspects here. Maybe we can try to imprint some stuff. For example here, after you invade, the next call skill dashes to the target. That's kind of cool. There's also these mystic circles. It's like some kind of like legendary mechanic where it's like what you saw maybe from the Monk Ultimate, where it's like this big circle, it's like a smaller circle, and you get like extra effects depending on which of the aspects you have, and you can like snack them up, I guess. So I think there's like one utility, one mobility, one offensive, one defensive, like power basically associated with each of these spirits. You can also have, like, for example, here you can like convert Razor Wings into an incarnate skill, which makes it like a passive and active extra ability. So here, you get 15% increased movement speed per active Razor Wing. You can actually... This is the skill that I was using earlier, where I was like spamming the entire screen. So you can actually just like do that and like mega spammy movement speed. You can actually go like very fast with that if you do this. So there's some interesting effects here. So it's like have perma capped movement speed, and then this movement speed also translates back into extra damage from this passive, for example. So you have capped movement speed. Yeah. There was something that I found. Let me see if I can find this. Gain increased critical strike damage equal to up to 190% of your block chance. Blocking doubles this bonus. So there's also like stuff like this. So if you build into one, you can do some other stuff and kind of like scale it up. I think there was actually a unique item. Yesterday I found a unique item that was really interesting. That also gave you like extra crit damage based on how many targets surrounded you or something, and then gives you extra resources. Seemed kind of wild. So you can like scale your crit damage super high, and then you can use that crit damage to scale your poisons thanks to the key passive, for example. So it's kind of cool stuff. Something that wasn't really possible before. Like dots and crits were not really like matching. Rex is hogging the dev. Ah, he's on Rex's stream right now? Okay. Yeah, maybe he's gonna make his way here as well. So let's see. Alright. You can go a little bit on the monkey if you want. Gorilla. I haven't warmed up too much of the gorilla just yet. Like the overall gorilla powers are, they are kind of cool. There's like some pretty cool stuff. So there's like a lot of thorn synergies, and actually what I like about this is like active thorns. It's not just okay, you stand there and wait for them, but there's a lot of stuff built in. For example, the gorilla power here, it says casting gorilla skill, it deals 100% of your thorns to enemies you hit, and also gives you a barrier, so you get super tanky as a gorilla. I guess that makes sense. And then everything is a gorilla skill. And then it's a bunch of like powers that give you like extra thorns. For example, here Armored Hide gives us like passive, these resolve. You have these 8 stacks here, gives you 20% damage reduction, and then you lose a stack when you get hit. So you see here it goes down, but you can also activate it, get full resolve. So they're generally very tanky. And for example, there's also these poison and thorn synergies. So here this is actually one of the centipede skills that I had earlier on the other character. And Toxic Skin, it's like you walk through enemies and you leave this poison trail. But also, if you poison them with it, you deal 100% extra thorns damage to them. So you can actually do that combo as well. For GA Razor Blade. Unfortunately, I don't have a Razor Blade. I think once you get Razor Blade, you can really make this whole thorn stuff pop off. And then, again, like remember, this is just a Spirit Horror. You can actually change any of your skills into a gorilla skill and apply the thorns of it. You don't have to play gorilla stuff with it. So you maybe want to pick up some of the synergies or so, but you can do this with the Jaguar skills that hit like, 7 times or something, and go like mega ham on like those thorns application stuff. So I think it can be pretty crazy. I do like the animation of this, what is it called? Crushing Hand is our core skill. Bam, bam. So that's kind of cool. It has like this overlap in the middle. There's also like an aspect for it. Do we have it? Let me see. We do not have it. Let me try to get the aspect. There's a cool aspect for it. Let me say Crushing Hands. It's this one. So every third cast gives you like 10 extra Crushing Hands around you. That's kind of cool. So I like that a lot. We can actually... Let's put it on a 2-handed actually. Maybe you can get some extra resources. I'm not sure what you have for resources, yeah. I guess we can do this one. Just to like spam a bit more. Which will help us. Dark Dance is like one from the live server. Or from the PDR. I'm not sure. So these are some of the new ones. Hitting vulnerable enemy has a 25% chance to reduce the evade cooldown by 5 seconds. And each stack of ferocity increases it. It's like a resource aspect. So if we really like evading, there's actually some synergies for like, when you evade, you attack with your Thunder Spike. It's like one of the basic skills, for example. So you can just kind of like maybe just evade around, ding, 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 ding. Get the evade resets. Or for example, like they showed off this unique earlier. I didn't play with that unique yet, but this I guess might work for the evade cooldown as well, where you just soar around with your evade instead. So that's also kind of cool. Skills cooldown faster while you are moving, huh? That's kind of cool. You can do something like this here as well. Just get a bit of extra resources. Let's see this. I don't have any mobility skill on my bar right now. I kind of want to. How much does it cost? 0 right now. Let's get some resources. And it's a 1, 2, 3. And you see those explosions? So there's like the aspect now for Crushing Hands. Where it just does like these 10 explosions around you. And I suppose they also all carry like a hit and stuff like that, so that can be really cool. Yeah, that's like... Oh, I see someone coming. Hello. Bjorn. Welcome. You want to join us? Okay. Okay. We have got Bjorn, guys. He was on the live stream earlier. He's here. Please, have a seat. Yeah, microphone is on, I think. Just keep it kind of close so I can hear you properly.
How's that?
Yeah, that sounds good, right? You guys can hear? Yeah, welcome Bjorn, guys. So here's our camera. So come a bit closer.
All right.
Yeah, nice to have you.
Cool. Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Yes. Yeah, so I'm Woody. This is Bjorn. He was one of the lead or class designer. Can you explain it real quick again? What you're doing exactly?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, kind of the primary class designer.
Primary class. Okay. Nice. Yeah, so we saw him earlier on the live stream, and you already talked a lot about how the class works, and a lot of the uniques and items. And I was actually going to ask a bunch of these questions.
Absolutely.
But
yep, that's what I'm here for.
Yeah, but you already explained a lot of things, so we're kind of doing it maybe with chat. We have the chats here.
Sure.
So you can also see it for yourself if you want to pick something up or so. But yeah, guys, if you have any questions for for our devs here, then go ahead. So, but I guess how much time do you have? Do you have any schedule?
Honestly, as much time as you need. I don't want to take your whole time though.
Yeah, it's gonna keep lasting a little bit while we're talking, so I can still show off something. But I can also switch maybe if there's something coming up. But maybe I can just talk about my own experience real quick and maybe chime in. But personally, after playing the Spiritborn, I have a few hours now on the class. I really like the mixing and matching. That's the best part about it.
Awesome.
And I think you've done a pretty good job with that. And this is just the early game. So I'm kind of curious about, we don't have paragons and the glyphs, and if there's anything you can share about what is the ideas for the later stages in the game, where what kind of things can we expect basically?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. We're not talking about the Paragon specifically right now.
Yeah, I don't know if any knows or so, but
yeah, absolutely. I mean, really, the goal is just to let you guys go wild and mix and match everything kind of to your heart's content. Really focused on trying to make as many items and stuff to just give you guys the tools you need to solve whatever problems you want, in kind of whatever way makes sense for you. Honestly, there's probably 100 builds I can't even think of off the top of my head. So just go wild with it, kind of break the game, see what you can do. Yeah,
I was trying some kind of funny stuff earlier, right when I logged in, and everyone was already like, "Oh my god, it looks crazy!" So I was doing the razor wings with the Jaguar ultimate, and then there's the passive where you can spam the razor wings with the ultimate. So that was kind of funny. So, but did you actually personally come up with these ideas? I'm not sure how this works in a team.
Sure.
Do you have different people working? Okay, you do the Jaguar stuff, you do the gorilla stuff, or how does that actually?
Yeah, I mean, kind of the way it works is usually once we have kind of the core idea for the class, we sit down with the entire Diablo team and we do just massive brainstorm, just to kind of be hey, what do you think, if this is the class, what do you think you're going to see? And just kind of come up with every idea that we can, and then kind of collect it all and see what the best ones are, kind of see which ones are most intuitive for everyone. Kind of yeah, the gorilla needs to smash something. All right, we'll make a skill that does that, right? And then, yeah, from there we kind of move on into prototyping. We made probably, I don't know, 60 or some skills just to see what felt fun, what was cool, what fit. And this class was special because we knew kind of from the start we wanted it to be able to hybridize at least. You don't have to, but we wanted it to at least work. So originally when we were starting to prototype the skills, the first things we started doing was okay, let's make a couple of Jaguar skills, a couple of Eagle skills, and just play them together, and then make just the next craziest thing we could think of, Gorilla Centipede, and just be does that feel like a distinct play style? Does it feel fun? And so yeah, from there we just kind of ultimately kind of narrow it down to which skills we actually want to ship with, and here you are.
Okay, yeah, really cool. And there was a question here. What about the other classes? I mean, have you guys actually considered, okay, what is already in the game? Where's too much overlap maybe, or will this make maybe outclass other things, or how is that actually?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it was really important for us, part of Spiritborn kind of with this mix and matching was for us to be able to hit on stats and stuff that we hadn't gotten to do as much before. We're trying a couple different things out with Thorns, trying out some stuff with Block, trying a couple of things that we know that are sort of this open space.
By the way, this is what I meant earlier.
There you go. Yeah, with the triple and the free cast. Yep.
Yeah, you've done that yourself.
I'm sure it's fine, and no notes. Yes, I'm aware of that one. We'll keep working on that. We'll make sure that works and doesn't like melt servers or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, we're always looking for places that like either classes haven't gotten to explore before, as well as just like, I mean, we're developing the class alongside the live game in parallel. So like there are learnings coming back and forth between the two, kind of at all times. So like I wouldn't necessarily say it's meant to like replace anything or anything like that, right? Like we're always crossing the learnings back and forth. I think like Rogue just got like a dash added to I want to say like Flurry or something, right? Like you can see some crossover there between like kind of what we're doing on Spiritborn, kind of what we're maybe adding back to other classes, kind of like what we're finding is fun as we kind of experiment. Like I said, like we made all these skills and like they're not all going to be in the game, but maybe we can add them other places.
Yeah, or maybe some of them might come back as like maybe some unique effect, I imagine, or whatever,
Exactly.
right? So you have like a kind of like a something to draw from, I guess, at least. So that's kind of cool, yeah.
Yeah.
So how long have you been working on the Spiritborn? Like when did it actually start? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I mean we've been working on it since prior to launch, so like a couple of years now about.
Couple years.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So actually, like you already knew from like long time ago what would be the class, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean like back then, right? Like as I kind of said, like that was like very early concept phase, very high level. Like what is this going to be, right? And so like over the last year or so, it's continued to like refine and turn into something. So it's been quite the journey.
Yeah, it definitely looks like you have been doing a lot of like this, fine tuning on like the animations. They look crisp, and it's like well, thought out. I think, and like like these combos they can do. So it definitely comes together as like a complete package. I feel, and this is like kind of cool to see.
Absolutely, that's what we're going for.
Okay, let me see what some other questions maybe from chat, so I can pick some of those up. People really seem to enjoy having you here on the stream, by the way, so
sure.
That's nice.
Awesome.
Yeah, we haven't really seen you in like any of the other streams, right? So usually, I guess you were just like in the background working on this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've been back in the background, kind of working on the expansion, alongside live. We'll play test each other's stuff and everything. But yeah, we got to ship, and then we were like, all right, we go kind of hide in a room again for a while. So it's nice to get to reveal it all finally.
Yes, that's funny. Spiritborn. You like that?
Yep.
Cool.
I can see that. I can see that one. Yep.
Do people call you like that?
I've heard that a couple times. Yeah, it's
okay.
Pretty decent.
Okay, people are asking, can we expect more Aztec military weaponry and armor down the line? Yeah. So there clearly some inspiration about from Aztec culture and maybe other cultures. And you kind of just made like your own like mix of that, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the artists and the entire team, they draw. I mean, even the class, its fighting styles, kind of. I think Nick mentioned like it's drawing from like a lot of different places, a lot of different like inspiration sources. Like nothing like specifically one or the other, but yeah, kind of that mixture is kind of what we're going for.
Did you also have like inspiration from other classes, from other games? Like a lot of people are saying like, oh, this looks like the monk, or oh, this is like also witch doctor. And then we also have Diablo 4, where it's like, oh, this is kind of like rogue with the dashing and the rushing strike, and then we have the druids. Like, what are they doing now? And like they have the spirits. So it's like this kind of like overlap between a lot of things.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's trying to hit like a high mark, right, of being something with a lot of different permutations, a lot of different combinations. And like as we've kind of been working on the classes and we've kind of figured out kind of what works, what's fun, and like trying to figure out like new things we can add in with all of that combination has been really interesting. And like really what we're trying to do is like not necessarily completely reinvent the wheel, but sort of like add something that mixes and matches in a new way, kind of as an archetype that will allow you guys to almost kind of create your own class in a sense. It's kind of what we're shooting for.
Yeah, I kind of like how you also have like repurposed existing mechanics in the game. For example, I talked about this earlier, but there's like this combination between crits and poison.
Yep.
Or poison and thorns.
Yeah.
And you can do like active thorns now, which wasn't really a thing before that. And like, was that something that you like? Is just kind of like developed like as you're thinking, okay, what do we do with the class, or was it something that you like kind of set out to do?
Yeah,
to
I
like,
mean,
try to make some of these like break up the existing like mechanics.
Exactly. Like, yeah, I mean, like, at the end of the day, like very high level, Diablo, you're just killing things, right? You're killing these demons and like adding the layers and the depth to that, right? We're not necessarily trying to create entirely new mechanics. We've added a couple, right, with ferocity and resolve, but even those are like, you know what damage reduction is, that sort of thing. So like thinking about like what we can make that's still sort of intuitive and makes sense, but like trying to take stuff in different ways. And like, I think I talked about it a little on stream, like, thinking in terms of like, the guerrilla is all about protection, that sort of thing. And like there are different defensive layers kind of in our game. It doesn't all have to be damage reduction. It can be barrier, it can be dodge, it can be all these sorts of things. And sort of thinking about like each of the spirits like really like led us to like kind of these almost like suites of like stats that we could think about, and thinking like, well, like when I add, like this stat to that stat, when I mix them together, like how does like the characteristic of like the centipede mix with the thorns from the gorilla? Like how would they work with that mechanic differently that would let you sort of play with it in another way? As well as like, honestly, some fun things that are just like, you try to add, dodge and thorns together, and you're like, when you dodge, you don't actually get hit, so you don't actually deal thorns, and you're suddenly like, I guess I need to solve that actually, so that it works.
There's an aspect for that, right?
Yep. Yeah. There's a specific aspect for that where it's simultaneously making those mechanics work together at all, but also making like a bonus out of it. So Spiritborn had a lot of kind of those discoveries where it was like, yeah, we have to change a couple things up so that this kind of works. Even like the poison thorns aspect was a little sense of like, we want the centipedes to sort of be semi-omnipresent and sort of epicenter playstyle. And like part of that is like, maybe you don't necessarily want to be getting hit. You want to be maybe sort of more mid-range. And so it's like, that doesn't really work with thorns if you have to get hit. So like if we can give you a way to apply that thorns and still like stat into that, that's kind of what we're looking at with like all the hybridization.
There's a question about the alts. Also something I noticed about the ultimates is they're all pretty heavily like damage themed. Like like we have like certain alts that are kind of like defensive or utility, like for example Deep Freeze on a Sorc or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Or Inferno. And then you have like damage ultimates. And at least so far, I have to say this is kind of a risky move.
Sure.
Because damage ultimates have not really worked out in what we have seen so far in Diablo 4. So how are you trying to make sure that this is not going to be a repeat of that?
Yeah, like each of the ultimates, we want it to deal damage. We need it to deal damage because, I mean, you'll find that like even like the ones that don't deal damage, like they often also don't get used as well. Like really the things that we found that were successful with ultimates, if anything, was less about like if it does damage, if it adds an effect, and more about like because it has like a longer cooldown, how we can at least like extend the value that you get it from it, whether or not it lasts longer, whether or not you can reset it, those sorts of things. And so like the secondary effects, the upgrades, those sorts of things that we're adding on is really where we're looking to add like the utility to each of these spirits, because we want them to come in, we want the giant spirit to smash some enemies to death, but like adding on like different effects onto it, whether it's making stuff vulnerable or that sort of thing, is really important. Another part of the thing, kind of the equation that we're working with, you might have noticed in the tree there's like an entire like sub tree of passives.
I really like this cluster of passives.
Yeah,
like,
so
just the layout is already kind of cool.
Exactly. I mean, it's like it's a skill tree, right? But like a little mini one, and that's sort of the another key to it for us of like, hey, we really wanted these ultimates. Like we don't want you to not use the coolest looking thing, that pays off the spirit. And so like giving you as many ways to really customize and like add stuff onto your ultimates is like really important. And so that's what part of that cluster is there for. I think there's a unique that adds even more skill tags onto them. They also have the added benefit of each of the ultimates has the spirit tags on them. So like all the things that you're hooking into with your spirit tags, like to amplify skills and these sorts of things, they'll also apply to your ultimates. So they don't get like set off kind of on the side with like waiting for like some bonus to a specific ultimate to make it work. So it adds a little bit of extra customization to it. And we're also working on other ways that I can't talk about, but that might help the damage scale a little better for them.
Okay, that's really good news. Is that something that will apply to other classes as well, or is it Spiritborn specific?
That will be a class-wide thing.
Okay, so it's a class thing.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, in general, we want people to feel good about using their ultimates. So that is a problem that we are, constantly thinking about and trying to sort of help improve in the game.
Okay. I mean, it's also totally fine to make builds without ultimates, I guess.
Yep.
So this is You know, this is actually something I like about D4 as well. It's like, I hear a lot of people always say like, oh man, I want an ultimate button, you know, like give everyone an ultimate or so, but I kind of like that you can have the choice between having one or not, or, you know, which one and so on. So it's just kind of like a scalability issue that a lot of these alts have.
Yeah, the scaling's always, I mean, scaling, it's always a tricky problem. And yeah, I mean, I love the fact that you've got multiple ways to invest in them, kind of with this class is what we're going for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's cool. Are we guys maybe also considering to, like, for example, add more spiritual class at some point in the future? Is that something that's even like on the menu at all? Or is it like, okay, those 4 exist now and that's it, basically?
I mean, I don't have anything to announce for another Spirit. I mean, at this point, we've got 4. That's already, you know, 6 permutations plus the mono builds. Like, that's like 10 builds already out of the gate. So it's a lot to add a whole Spirit to it. But there's definitely cool things we could do. You know, I don't know, like make shadow versions of each of them or something, right? But like, that's definitely not a thing we're looking at doing at this moment. This is really, these 4 are primary ones, and that's kind of what we're going with.
Okay, we just reached like a pretty interesting boss fight here.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, I was just like pressing a button. I'm playing Gorilla, so I can't die, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, there you go.
But I like the boss design as well. I guess you were not really involved in that, but
yeah, I mean, they did some crazy things with this one. Like the way it moves and the way everything is animated is honestly incredible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it very much reminds me of like Elden Ring. Like there's a lot of these like weird tentacle bosses and whatever. So that's kind of like the vibes I got from killing this boss the first time. But yeah. Yeah. What? That looks sick. Yeah, exactly. This boss is... It's probably some campaign boss if I had to guess. Okay, he's actually blasting me though. What was the thinking behind the triple attack combos that you have built in the class? It's not just the basic attacks, right? But you also have it from the key passive, for example.
Yep.
So, like, maybe you can talk about that.
Yeah, in general, that was going for, like, we really wanted to hit, you know, like 2 key things, like being empowered by the spirits. You kind of get that, obviously, with the ultimates and the incarnate skills, that sort of thing. And the basics, we really wanted to let more of the sort of martial arts shine through. So having those sort of 3-hit combos was, like, a thing that we've liked previously. We thought it felt really good. And sort of like then taking that and sort of spreading it across the rest of the class. Like we don't necessarily want to make you like always do like a 3-hit combo, but sort of like having that be like a strong backbone for various effects was sort of a nice resonance that kind of worked with the class.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this also the boss fight here looks really cool. I like this one.
It's awesome.
Need like an Uber version of this. Okay. Well, guys, if you have any questions out of the notch here, I'm trying to catch up a little bit on the chat, so while playing, I can't really read everything. Yeah, someone's asking, why did the team choose other animal-based class? Because they already had a druid, I guess. It's like, why do you have another one?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, part of this is Eleni kind of talked about the way it relates to the lore, the way the sort of the zone and the story works, kind of the way. In my head, I'm thinking about it in terms of sort of the power fantasy, the way it like differentiates from something like the Druid, or I mean, you could even compare it to like the Sorcerer because you're using sort of fire and elemental magic, right? The difference is sort of like almost like the source of power. For the Spiritborn, it's less about like, oh, we're an animal class, and more it's really like an expression of sort of like their internal like virtues and that sort of thing. So like, hey, like I'm super aggressive, and so that therefore then kind of channels through me and manifests as a jaguar, manifests as fire. Less about like specifically controlling an animal, becoming an animal, or controlling fire, or like using the aspect of fire, if that makes sense. It's really more about kind of those themes. And yeah, they're more just kind of like this conduit for it, whereas, you know, the Druid is kind of like harmony with nature, you know, becoming a werewolf, having these wolf pets, and like sort of doubling down on that.
Yeah, I think there's enough distinction between like Spiritborn and Druids, I think. And I can kind of see what you are referring to with like the harmony aspect, and here's like more as like, you know, fighter kind of thing. So I don't think that the Spiritborn necessarily takes away from the Druid, at least from my opinion. Like, you know, I like Druid a lot in the current live game, actually. It's probably like my second favorite after Rogue. And I guess here we have kind of like, you know, kind of the themes of both a little bit. You know, with like the nature stuff and the fast-paced action. So it's kind of cool, I think.
Awesome.
To be honest, I actually originally thought this would be more of a willpower class and more magic-based. Is that something that you also kind of like explored or have considered, like less martial arts and like more like, I don't know, more magic basically, and spirit effects and stuff like that? Or was it always like going to be like some fighter, you know, from the start basically?
Yeah, I mean, we always wanted to sort of have that core of the martial artist there. You know, like if anything, the more of the differentiation was like how does it compare versus a dexterity class like the rogue, right? You know, a quick example would be, you know, I think to me the rogue is much more like, you know, dexterity intelligence is kind of like cunning and trickery, whereas like Spiritborn's more like dexterity strength, or like finesse added with like visceral like impacts. And so like willpower it's always been there. Like we did change up, you know, some of the stats and things like that. I think you've got your crit on your strength, that sort of thing. So they're slightly different than other classes. But yeah, willpower has, you know, some place in it. I think at best it kind of relates most to like the centipede. It's got the healing bonus, that sort of thing. So there's some synergy there. And the centipede's also probably the closest you get to sort of more caster-esque fighting, but there is still that sort of core of the martial artist.
How far along are you with the balancing of this class? So Adam was just here and he said balancing is not final, by the way.
Yeah,
and I understand.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is, I think this build's like, you know, a month old or so, and also you're capped at level 30. So yeah, there's several things that you may be different here. Balance is definitely not final. That's a thing we're always working on. And I mean, it's also a thing, you know, just to state that like, ultimately what's going to happen, right, is that Spiritborn is going to go live. It's going to be in your hands as the player base to say like kind of what's working, what's not for you, and our live team then completely takes over the reins. And like you've seen, like over the last year, they've gone back and forth trying to get things where they can be. And so like it really turns into sort of the back and forth of like balance is an ongoing thing that we'll look at.
Okay, so basically right now you are developing a class, but then once it's out, it's actually not really your thing anymore, or what?
Yeah, I mean, we are still there. We sort of help drive like the vision, like explaining, you know, sort of like why maybe this choice was made, try to come up with better like solutions that will like keep class fantasy alive and those sorts of things. But yeah, like we'll then be moving on to sort of like whatever's next after this, and because like once it comes live, like we have that entire live team there.
The expansion 2 class, basically.
I have nothing to say about that.
Okay, that's kind of interesting also to hear how that process works. But yeah, I guess it's going to be like then, you know, like Adam Jackson and like all the people behind him that will take over basically, and then are responsible for introducing new items and the balancing. And
exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting actually. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see how it's going to be like after launch, because I guess you don't really have like any extensive testing phase, right? It's like you did a lot of in-house testing, I guess, and this is mostly it. So I guess you can already expect that things are going to break.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with a class that has, you know, these many combinations for things, like I have no doubt that you guys will find some crazy combinations that like we couldn't even predict. Like, I mean, that's half the fun, right? Hopefully, you know, it doesn't become like oppressive and it's like, hey, if you're playing this build, you're wrong, right? Like that's usually the first high level balance that we're hoping to hit, is that like everything is at least viable, everything you can play it. But, you know, we'll obviously like act quick if there's, you know, something that's terrible or way too overpowered or like breaking the game in some way. But yeah, I mean, it's an ongoing process.
Yeah, so when you can like, I don't know, just like one-shot anything in the game with like a naked character or so, then I guess it went a bit too far, so.
Sure, yeah.
So I guess you're also gonna main the Spiritborn when it finally goes live?
I mean, possibly. I mean, I help ship the Rogue, so it's a very special place in my heart. And like, I usually start off with the Rogue just to like get a base for every season and be like, you know, how does this feel different this season? I played a lot of Spiritborn at this point.
So you originally did a lot of work on a Rogue?
Yeah, that was the first class that I was working on.
Nice. Okay. Good job.
Thank you. Yeah, and so I'll probably main Spiritborn. I don't know. I don't know if you can't not main Spiritborn. There will be, you know, other things we announced in our blog, other additions coming to the existing classes too. They're not being fully left out or anything like that. So there's also lots of stuff to look forward to.
Yeah. How much coordination do you have with like the people on the other classes in that sense? So you just said that there's going to be some changes coming. So like, do you also sit down like, okay, with like the Necro team and then the Barb team, and then you say, okay, we're going to do this, and it's kind of like the
we have a whole team. Like we basically have like the live team, and then we have like the dead team. I don't know, the team working on the next expansion, right? So like all those things are kind of working with our team.
Okay, I see. Yeah, that's cool. So I guess you're very excited as well that finally it's coming together and then going live.
Absolutely, yeah. We can't wait to see what you guys do with it. I think it'll be a lot of fun.
Okay. Any other questions, guys, for Bjorn? Bjorn is a legend. Yeah, I mean, I'm like rogue main. Like I have a lot of in my community that play rogue because of me, or because this is like my builds or something. And yeah, so this is why I said good job. So. Actually, interesting question about overpower. So I have not seen anything with overpowers, and that kind of goes well with Gorilla, I feel.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I mean, basically, whenever we sit down to make the class, right, like I mentioned before, like we'll try to think of like different ways to make different stats work, that sort of thing. Part of that is trying to make a choice very deliberately about like kind of narrowing down the pool of things that we want you guys to have to worry about with a class. So for instance, we generally try not to give everybody like all like 12 like crowd controls, that sort of thing, right? Spiritborn's got like 3 or 4 of them. And like Overpower and Fortify were two additional stats that we felt had been broadly covered already for various tank specs on other classes that we really wanted to see what we could do kind of without those. And that's part of why we're so much more heavily invested in dodge, in barrier, and the new resolve mechanic. Kind of seeing like what we can do with that. Resolve has some parallels, I think, with Fortify to some extent, but it's kind of almost like an inverted version of Fortify to some extent. And so like yeah, like seeing what we can do with that. But yeah, like Overpower, it's a thing that we're not hooking into specifically for the Spiritborn at the moment, at least. That can always change, that can always improve. There is a mythic unique, I believe, that will give you some overpowers, but I don't necessarily expect that to be like something that's scaling heavily into.
Yeah, I mean, there's always like possibilities, just like make some niche for it, at least through items, for example, right? Like
Absolutely.
That's kind of interesting there.
Yeah, I think there's something. I want to say there might still be a passive in the tree that increases health.
Something happened with our cam. Yeah, wait a minute. So our cam is offline for some reason. What happened there? Let me see. Video capture. Hello? Yeah, I don't know. It just stopped there. I just noticed. I'm not sure what's going on though. But guys can still hear us, right? It's just a cam went offline. So yeah, maybe we can have to check that. Or we can just keep talking, I guess, so now while I'm trying to fix it. Wasn't that a cam moment? Yeah, okay, they hear us. It's just a cam. I'll try to fix it on the side, but we can keep talking. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, but it's kind of cool to hear about, that you actually try to make this distinction with the different classes. And yeah, maybe there's gonna be like stuff that comes in. I guess you're not launching the class with like as many legendaries and uniques as other classes have. There's probably like a bit less, I would imagine. And then to build from there.
Yeah, we're not talking about like specific numbers, but yeah, there is a whole host of them to add. And I mean, I think it's also important to like remember that Spiritborn also gets to benefit from like the entire year's worth of like generics that have been getting added to the game. So those are also all there for it as well.
Yeah, that's true. And that is, for example, this also gives you, like, for example, synergies with Fortify or with Overpower that you could build.
Exactly, yeah.
All right. Anything else? We'll be able to dual wield. Oh, yeah, it's actually something I wanted to ask. So what is the decision behind just having two-handed weapon and nothing else?
Yeah, I mean, so for Spiritborn, at least to start off, right, they're starting with, they've actually got 3 weapons. I think I mentioned 2 of them, Glaive Quarterstaff. The third one is the 2-handed polearm, the existing weapon. I believe Barb can use it right now. But yeah, so right now, they're starting off basically either hitting stuff with their fists or hitting stuff with the stick. And so, like, yeah, basically, the way we kind of look at it right now is that like, A, they really want to use these weapons, like it fits very thematically for the animations and things that we're going for. But also, like, when we're looking at sort of the weapons that classes can use and like the number of weapons, that sort of thing, that we usually actually tie that power budget in with like the class mechanic. So almost to some extent, you can kind of think of the Spirit Hall as almost like a third weapon for the Spiritborn to use. And so it's almost like they're sort of wielding the spirits themselves. recognizing that does like potentially take away a little bit of your agency because like you only can have that two-handed instead of potentially having like two one-handeds. But we think that there's enough ability to sort of like spread and connect items using the abilities that they have to sort of like connect skill tags to things and do a lot of skill tag manipulation. So yeah, but I mean, we're definitely open to feedback, and we'll be looking forward to seeing if maybe we add new weapons in the future.
Yeah. Okay, we have someone here trying to fix our cam. Hello. Yeah, it just kind of turned off. I'm not sure what's going on, but yeah, the cam turned off, so I don't know. Okay, we're trying to fix it, guys, but it's fine. We're gonna keep going here. One day I hope to meet Bjorn and the rest of the dev team. I mean, if there's gonna be a BlizzCon again or something, I guess then we might see the devs running around there. But I'm not sure if was there actually something like that on the BlizzCon last time, where like was there like some meet and greet with the devs? I met some like running around, and like like they came up to me as well when I was streaming or something. But yeah, I'm not sure. Do you wanna check something here with the cam?
Just I want to see if it's red.
No, it's like it doesn't. Oh wait, did it turn on again now? Oh, it seems like we're back. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, move it a little bit so we have Beyond as well.
Awesome.
Okay. It's on. Okay, it's working. Thank you.
Cool.
All right, we're back. We're so back. Okay. And also gonna look on the last preset here. I don't think I have that much more time, so the last one is the Jaguar. Let's do that one.
Nice.
While we're talking.
Yeah, everybody's favorite. Yeah.
No, not mine actually. I like I like the Eagle and the Centipede the most.
There you go.
And yeah, I mean Jaguar is cool and all, and I kind of like I combined them right away. But it's like I like the combinations of the poisons on Centipede a lot. Like with Stinger, I like the design of Stinger because you poison everything and then you just hit on the ground and everything around you just dies, and I love that. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, that was a fun one to make, and kind of see the various possibilities you can hit with that is really interesting.
Mm-hmm. Chet is asking, what is your favorite build that you have tried so far?
I think I said like Jaguar Eagle is kind of my go-to. I mean, it's probably the most similar to Rogue. Kind of you got a little bit of melee, a little bit of range, and kind of that speed that you're looking for, kind of mixed in with a little bit more finesse. But honestly, like sleeper hit for me is also like heavy Centipede Gorilla. Like I think it's like one of the more like unique kind of feeling ones you can go for, like mixing like high tank, high sustain with like a lot of different sort of like attrition play styles of like thorns and poisons and sort of all these things going on, and sort of like the way you can manipulate the battlefield. It like plays much more differently like than you kind of like first expect, and it's like it honestly allows you to like go from being sort of like this like target marking like high damage class to almost just like pulling huge mobs and kind of just like destroying them over time. So I don't know, that's kind of like a fun little like extra one for me, I guess.
Okay, I guess everyone on the team has their favorites and they're trying to like bring their ideas.
Yes. Yeah, everybody always argues about kind of which one is the best.
Okay. So people are asking, what about the aspect advantage that barbarians still have? Is that something that you also considered? Like, okay, barbs, they have the 4 weapons, and like I like deliberately designing the aspects to be like more powerful, for example, or like trying to like close the gap in some other ways.
Yeah, yeah, I can't speak specifically about the work going on Barb, but yeah, for Spiritborn, kind of like I was mentioning, like really the largest scaling sort of like potential and power that we're looking for is sort of the skill tag manipulation, like the ability to really like combine and customize your build with that. I think the possibility space is like pretty decent, and really lets you kind of like pick and choose which things you want to combine together, which is where some of the scary possibility space maybe comes in for balancing and things. But like being able to like take, I think there's like an aspect that lets you like scale up your like armor into damage and something like that, and being able to like put that onto like any kind of attack, as opposed to being like locked into like, oh, I can only use that with like these 4 like gorilla skills or something like that, or even like stuff like Ravager where it can kind of transform like any skill into a damage dealing skill. There's stuff like that like I think there's a lot of kind of like mixing that can happen, and it becomes multiplicative relatively quickly. So we'll see kind of like how that balances out.
Yeah. I saw a question there, or like as a comment. If you don't get hoarded by lethal fetish shits, I'll be upset. That's actually what happened to me earlier. Like I logged in and it's just like I was talking with just the cam, not the game, before the live stream. I was just like having the background music because it was nice. And then there was like fetishes spawning in on me.
Nice. There you go.
Yeah, and they don't stop coming, man. It's crazy, guys. So yeah, they do exist actually. I mean,
you gotta kill those things.
You can't make a jungle without the fetishes, of course. So.
Exactly.
Okay, what else here, guys? We've thought about spider or snake when brainstorming the Spirit Guardians.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, we went through a lot of different brainstorms with them. You know, the key was to really think about like how can we get like as much variety in there. We didn't want them to like all be like birds or something like that, right? And so like bugs, snakes, reptiles, all over the place. Ultimately, the 4 we landed on are the ones that we're happy with them.
What about shark?
Shark. Maybe if we get closer to the ocean.
Yeah, we need like an underwater expansion.
There you go.
We need like Vashir from WoW or something.
Sure.
Oh, you wanna come here? Okay, we have another dev coming, guys. Yo. Okay, thank you so much, Bjorn, guys. That was Bjorn, one of the main class designers on the Spiritborn. Thank you very much.
And I heard shark.
Yeah, we were just talking about like,
want sharks?
What possible spirits are there? So
yeah,
this is Brent, guys.
Hey everybody.
So you are the expansion
the game director.
Game director, yes, exactly. So this is who we have here. So we can talk about the general questions. I see people spamming like a lot of okay, what happens to this? What happens to that? But we were talking about Spiritborn here. But now we can. Yeah, nice to have you here.
Nice to meet you.
Yes. So if you have any questions here for the game director, guys, so we can talk about maybe the general ideas of the expansion and what kind of features maybe are coming or what to expect or so. I know that you still don't really have all the details to share.
That is correct.
But there are some things that we see already here in this preview, right? That wasn't really like talked about or something, but that I just saw and mentioned. For example, there's clearly like a stat squish coming. Like I see that the weapons have way lower damage. Paragon starts at 60. So maybe you can give us a bit of an idea of like what is going on there.
Yeah, I can't talk about exact details. You're starting to see some hints on some of the stuff that's coming down the pipe. But progression and the flow of the game is always something that is top of mind, and we want to make sure that we're doing things that are improving your leveling experience as you make your way into endgame. And once we reach the expansion, that is a big opportunity for us to make any adjustments that we really want to see, in a very big way. And so I'm sure we'll be talking more about that later, but I definitely want the community to know that that's top of mind, and I think we have some cool stuff coming down the pipe.
Okay, that's cool. Do you have already like a timeline for this or something, or is that like something that will be decided at some point?
So when you talk about timeline, there's like 2 things to consider. First is like the order of operations, right? Do we have a roadmap is a question that I get quite often, and that's something that we've been talking a lot about. The game, we have a lot of really great foundational stuff in the game, and we definitely want to make sure that we are expanding upon all the good stuff that we have, and we want to get into a position where we can talk to the community a little more openly and a little more consistently about that. Mm-hmm. As far as like announce dates for things, the additional stuff that's happening with the expansion, obviously we're talking about Spiritborn today. We're going to hit a couple more really great beats at Gamescom. Mm-hmm. So
it's going to be some other big reveals and stuff?
We're going to be talking about more stuff once we even get to Gamescom, and which isn't that far away, which is kind of cool.
It's next month.
Yeah.
So.
It gives us time to really kind of clean up the
Are you going to Gamescom as well?
I am, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to see
hopefully
each other.
I see you there.
Yeah, I'll be there actually, so we're going to see each other again.
Yeah.
Nice. And maybe especially like after reveal, maybe we can actually sit down and maybe talk a bit more in depth about some stuff. That would be cool. Actually.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I desperately want to be able to talk about a whole lot more, but we want to make sure that we're ready to talk about things and that they're in the positions they need to be in, so that we can talk about them cleanly.
Okay. Like how much of this like expansion, reworks, and rebalancing, or whatever you're doing, kind of like comes from the learnings that you've had from like the live game now.
Yeah.
So like, how is that actually working?
That is that's actually been, I think, the biggest luxury for the expansion. You know, even though it's hard to kind of take designs that we're going after and adjust them on the fly as we're learning from the last year of content, it definitely sets us up with a far better foundation for the things that we're doing. So, for instance, all the balancing work that's been going on with the original classes, all the itemization changes that we've been doing for the foundation of the game, all of that is we're taking advantage of all of that momentum to make sure that the Spiritborn is maximizing that. So there's like sometimes there's this misconception that the team is split up and they're working in their own little vacuums on these feature changes, and that's actually not true at all. They're sitting right next to each other. You know, Bjorn's sitting next to Colin. They're having the conversations, and so every single learning we gets to be applied to any of the content that we're making moving forward. So, you know, my hope is that we're taking all of the elements that we have in the game now and we're building upon those, just making the experience better and better.
Okay. And there's also like, I guess there's also like this kind of high-level coordination, like for example, if it's Joe Papiora, Joe Shaley, like you know, for the live game.
Yeah.
And then I guess you also talk about, okay, like, you know, in this patch you're gonna do that, and there's like kind of like this like idea of like a coherent product at the end, right?
100%. I mean, I would say the three of us plus a bunch of other people, we're sitting down pretty much every day and we're talking about the things that we're working on. Obviously, there's the core development aspect of it, but you know, we are meeting on an extremely regular basis on how all of this plays out over time. You know, so it's awesome to have such smart partners as them as we go through some of the changes that we're seeing here. And yeah, so it'll be really interesting to see how everybody sees all that coming together once we get to the launch of this game.
I see a lot of people in chat asking about like also kind of like long requested community features or like long requested quality of life features. People are talking about Party Finder, Armory. Is there like anything like in that sense that's not just like content that is coming that you might be able to talk about, or I don't know, give us something?
I can't confirm anything, but you know, we know that like managing itemization is like a pretty big deal. Build complexity is getting greater and greater as we continue to expand upon the game. And a major part of our releases is always sitting down and saying, what's the suite of quality of life that we need to tackle right now? It's informed by a couple of things. First, is the feature in a position, are the things that need to be done in order to get that quality of life feature out correctly? And that may take time, so that adjusts the timeline. And then how much does the community care about it? So
yeah, I could tell you a lot about these things I mentioned.
Exactly. And I just want to really encourage people, like, the more passionate you are, the more we hear you. And so
okay, guys, go to the forums right now.
and don't feel like you're not being heard, right? Like this, it's a pretty complex game, and it's, you know, we are not we're just as big of fans as everybody else, and we're not, you know, unaware of some of the things that you guys are asking for. And so it's really about taking our time, understanding how we're going to implement stuff like this into the game, and finding the right release to do that as well. So yeah,
I think just you know, summoned an avalanche, by the way. So just
I know. I don't have my glasses on, so I can't read it. So
there's a funny little question: Can the Spiritborn access the cow realm?
There is no cow level.
Damn it, man!
Oh man, I love that. It's to the point where I think I'm going to get a tattoo for that. So.
Maybe we just haven't found it, guys. Okay, any other questions here? I'm trying to scroll a little bit through the chat. So, where do we have something? So we talked about like the quality of life features. Maybe some generic question. Like,
sure.
What was kind of the idea to make this the expansion, like, you know, this theme, this jungle, like, is there like something that, you know, you have like the overall roadmap? Okay, you know, expansion 1, expansion 2, expansion 3, this is where we're gonna end, like in I don't know, 5 years, 10 years, or whatever, right? It's like this kind of like we want to do at least this until then or so.
Yeah, you know, we have a very broad strokes picture of where we want to go, right? Whether you're looking at that from the feature set to what we want to do from a storytelling standpoint, there are steps where we're like, yeah, that is a path that we want to head down. In the case of Nahantu, we knew we were going to go to this region. It's literally the last chunk of the eastern continent. But there was a lot of serendipity with like the elements that were here, right? We knew that there was a strong D2 connection. We knew we were telling a story of Mephisto. We've done all this dark gothic stuff. We knew we wanted to add something that was fresh but didn't necessarily betray the dark tone that we were setting with the game. And so like all these things kind of like came together. And that left us in a spot where like, okay, now what do we do with that? Right? And that's where the brainstorming comes into play, and we started talking about the key locations like Kuros. It's like, God, okay, visiting Kuros as a capital city, what does that really mean? How, like, we can't have this area without dock towns, right? Like, we've got to do something there. And so you know, we took the opportunity because we knew what kind of story we wanted to tell. We took the opportunity to kind of branch out into a lot of this nostalgic space that we have with the expansion itself.
There's a question, are there any thoughts about an Asian-inspired zone, like Buddhism and Hinduism and so on?
Well, lore-wise, Zensai has a lot of those influences.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing it the way that others pronounce it. I know it's one of those tricky names, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like the monk area from Diablo 3, right?
Yeah, you know, they worship 1,000 gods, and it's, yeah, if you go into the deep lore of the Zensai area, that's actually where Akarat was born. And so he's got a lot of roots there, as well as his roots with his mother in Nahantu. And so, you know, from a lore standpoint, we look at all these spaces as opportunities. Like, what does that mean? So I love the fact that we can be inspired by the world. You know,
yeah, I mean, there's a lot to draw from, I guess.
There really is, and
just like looking at the Sanctuary world map, basically, and you said we are on the last part of the Eastern continent now, but then there's also like, you know, the Western continent. There's like the northern stuff. There's like these Skovos Isles with like, I think the Amazon connection and stuff like that. So
it's all ripe canvas for us to paint on as we continue to move forward. So.
People are asking about auction house. Is that something that you have considered?
You know, the auction house in D3 was. I think we still have some scars from how that played out. You know, we don't have any plans for any kind of real-world auction house, but we do know that trading is really important.
Yeah, doesn't have to be real money auction house, right?
Correct.
It's just like, you know, people are looking for ways to trade, like a bit easier or something.
Yeah, trading is definitely top of mind, and we're trying to relax any kind of things that are getting in the way of making that more easier for our players. So, as far as a feature is concerned, I have nothing to announce today, but I can tell you that like pretty much every step we take with any kind of new items that we're adding into the game, trading is the forefront of that conversation.
Okay, that's interesting, actually. Okay, ask about the new enemies. See some cool enemies. Okay, so we saw like earlier, you weren't here yet, but I fought this the priestess boss, the tentacle boss.
Oh yeah, I was actually watching out in the hallway while you were fighting it. They're one of my favorite bosses of all time.
Yeah, it looks really cool. It feels like a cool boss fight that I think like it needs to become like an Uber boss at some point or so.
Okay, that's good feedback.
But yeah, either way, like what is the idea behind like, you know, the general like, you know, theme of the monsters, or like, you know, why did you choose this? I mean, of course, there's like some old classes coming back. We saw the fetishes and you know, this jungle stuff.
Yeah, we definitely wanted to make sure that we were adding new monsters just for the sake of like, you want new things to fight, right? Like, you're going to expand the game, you want new things to fight. But making them thematically relevant, you know, we had a couple of different opportunities. So you saw the flayers spawning in. It's like, you know, we're returning to the region, so let's have some nostalgia in there. It's a lot of fun. But then we want to make sure that we have things that are relevant to the state of the world in this moment. And so you've seen the hollows. They're all the sludgy-looking things that have been running around. It's the basis of that dungeon boss that you were talking about too. And it's like, you know, what happens when someone like Mephisto returns? You know, that was like the basis of when we were talking about these things. It's
I saw like some of these areas that have like this kind of like scarred demonic look, and then there's like this barrier, and then the monsters don't even pass through the barrier. So I think it's kind of cool. I guess it has to do with the quests that you're gonna do in the campaign. Yeah. So when you get through, you'll see how we kind of interweave a lot of this content in there, and I just really love this idea that like something as ancient as Mephisto returning would bring back something equally as ancient and abstract as the Hollows. So yeah, they're a really cool family. They have this hatred look, just like that barrier. That's actually the first time doing the Stronghold here, and I just tried to find the entrance. So it looks kind of interesting. It seems like every time I join a stream, someone enters. Really? Yeah, someone enters the Stronghold. So. You know, this is a really good example too of like we're gonna take this zone and we're gonna fill it full of the content that you're familiar with from the other regions, but then we get to take a couple of little risks, right? Like let's play around with the world can be dark, and so what does it mean to wander around in the dark? And so you're gonna see us experimenting with some gameplay types as you move through the world. Yeah, chat says this looks dope. Yeah, it's kind of interesting here. So, you know, exploring with this little lantern. Yeah, and you're in the cave bug tile set, which is like our grossest tile set that we've made today. All the little bugs and eggs and kind of interesting stuff here. So this is. We actually had to be careful with this because there's a couple of phobias that can really trigger people with this kind of visual look, and so we had to test it out on people to be like, have we crossed any lines here to make you feel a little too ill? Okay, that's interesting as well. Yeah. Okay, someone is asking, can you discuss the disconnect between social aspects, like being punished for partying up with friends, common issues playing together alone? I'm not really sure exactly what they're referring to, but I guess there might be like this kind of a general idea of, okay, how do I feel about social versus single player? Yeah, exactly. So this is kind of like maybe where I could chime in a little bit. Yeah, we know that the vast majority of our players play single player, and so we always want to make sure that experience is first class, right? Making sure that you're getting a high quality experience, that it it's not necessarily outside of the core loop to play solo or to play co-op. But we also know that there's a growing number of new players that all they know is playing socially with their friends, right? And so how do you tiptoe into social play in a way that complements the core of what Diablo is, and introduces those players and gives them some mechanisms that they can work with to make it a more social experience. So I think it's something that we're going to continue to grow because our community continues to grow. But at the same time, we're not going to do anything that betrays that world-class single-player experience either. Yeah, I guess kind of related to that question might be like this new kind of like raid system, whatever we're gonna get. We haven't really heard any details about it, but it sounds like this is like exclusively co-op, and a lot of people are worried about that. Oh, so we'll talk about more of our features in depth, probably closer to Gamescom. But experimenting with co-op does not necessarily mean that we're going to be forcing you into a play pattern where you have to play co-op to be that's a part of the core loop. And so that could be said about a lot of the activities that we have in the game, where we're giving you options for ways to play inside of the core loop, but we're not forcing you down any channels where that is like, that's the only way you can get the best loot in the game. Okay. So basically the TLDR is that, yeah, it's going to be fine, I guess? It's going to be fine, yeah. Okay. It's experimenting, we're going to be experimenting with a lot of different activities in the game, and none of those are going to sacrifice your core play experience. And here's a comment about mercenaries. And this is also something that, personally, I was actually very happy to see that Diablo 4 did not have mercenaries, because I don't really like them very much. You know, I played it 2, I played it 3, but I was always like, I kind of liked being on my own, not like having to worry about, you know, some other thing running around. Unless I play like a minion build, you know, then I have my minions, right? And this is like a choice.
Yep.
And generally, I'm not much of a minion player, to be fair.
Sure.
And now we have the mercenaries coming to Diablo 4. So what was the thought behind that? Like, why did you want to do that? And like, what role are they supposed to serve?
Yeah, you know, we'll do a deeper dive with mercenaries again closer to Gamescom, but the initial idea around that is like there are some people who miss out on that like small party style experience, right? And so if you look about the accessibility for players that are coming in, they may not be the crunchiest of players, but they're like, hey, I'm rolling a Sorc, I'm a fragile build, I might need to complement some of the stuff that I'm doing with like a tankier character. And so the idea is that mercenaries can start filling some of those gaps for players that may want to have a little extra coverage in something that they don't necessarily understand with their build. Obviously, it's a feature that we've modernized. It's going to offer up a lot of really interesting things, but we'll get more into that probably closer to August.
Okay. Is it like basically required to have a mercenary? Or for example, would you also offer like a way to like, you know, do like a lone wolf kind of bonus?
Yeah, that's actually, because I can't go into the details, I can't talk about it, but
okay.
I can't say that we have not had that conversation at some point.
Okay. Yeah, just, you know, it's just asking. It's fine.
Yeah. It's all right. That's your job.
A lot of people are asking about PvP. Have you considered anything about PvP for the expansion?
Yeah, the expansion doesn't dip any further into PvP. You know, we know that it's kind of a unique space, and we're still learning a lot about it, but it's something that, you know, we're not adding an additional PvP zone into the expansion. We've kind of kept it focused more on the core content in the game.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I was kind of expecting that maybe we'll get like, you know, a small extra PvP zone, like maybe with a different rule set or so to kind of expand on that, and I kind of make that part of the player base happy. But yeah, okay, in that case, guys, nothing.
Yeah, as people play that and it expands, we can start talking about it. But right now, it's been at a pretty steady state, and so yeah, we didn't overinvest into that in the expansion.
Yeah, I guess from like a dev side, and PvP stuff is kind of like, you know, this extra thing.
Yeah, it's a fun mode. Like, yeah, and there's definitely a players type that likes to get in there and do that PvP content.
Yeah, it can be kind of fun. Like personally, as like I'm playing mostly hardcore, I can't do much PvP, but
right, the last thing you want to do.
We did have actually some hardcore PvP tournament like at the end of the season, and then you know, at fight to the death and so on. That's kind of funny. But you know, also nothing really big for myself personally. But I know there's like people always asking me about PvP and if we're gonna make like a softcore character to do PvP or so. But I guess this is generally not a huge feature for you guys to consider, I guess.
Well, it's not in the spotlight right now as one of the things that we can focus on. I think that there's a lot of other things in the game that we can build out that I think the majority of the fans would like to see first before we start like expanding upon PvP.
Are we getting a new world boss?
World bosses?
I would say almost guaranteed, actually.
Well, it's definitely something we're not talking about today, unfortunately. Sorry, chat.
Yeah, that's going to be a new world boss for sure, man. I mean, I saw the arena here, right? I think this must be the arena, or maybe it's somewhere here, but anyway, so it looks like there's an arena for it.
Spots on the map, right?
Yeah, so there must be a new world boss. How big is the new map? Yeah, it looks actually like pretty similar to the other zones, right?
Yeah,
so
we took a lot of care in that. Yeah.
Is there like some stuff that we don't see on the map, like underground areas and stuff as well? Because, for example, we have like the Doors of Hatred, I think from Diablo 2, for example. Is that like an area that is like maybe not even shown here? Or
yeah, I mean, obviously the dungeon content expands way beyond just what we see in the map from the overworld, right? The overworld itself for the region is very similar to the overworld size that you'd see with Scotland or whatnot. And I think the one thing with this is that we could probably fill it with just a little bit more content, but we wanted to make sure that like going to this region had the same vibes as going to the other region as far as like space is concerned and content is concerned.
Okay, guys, collect your altars of Lilith again.
Yeah, renown is something that still applies as you come into the new region. So for those completionists, you got stuff to do there.
Yeah, I did count the skill points, and it looks like we're gonna get 2 extra skill points, just like for the other regions. And are there gonna be altars again that we collect, or what? Is it like kind of like a similar thing like before, where it's like this one-time completion?
Yeah, you should be able to jump in there and see what we've done with altars. And so I don't want to spoil anything, but you definitely want to go in and you want to explore the region to its fullest.
Okay. Yeah, I think here on this build, I think there is no altars. But there's the filter, but I don't see any. So
if the altars are on, I'd be like, what's wrong with this build, Kyle?
Okay.
No spoilers.
All right. Okay, anything else, guys? The new max level. That's an interesting question, but I guess you can't talk about that.
Yeah, we're not talking about progression today.
Okay.
For sure. But yeah, stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Okay, so that's good. Yeah, I'm quite excited to hear that. Yeah. Actually, so it sounds like in general there has been like this rework done, and like trying to modernize the game a little bit.
Yep.
And I guess there's many opportunities where you can like do little tweaks, or
Correct.
not even little tweaks necessarily.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, just similar to the class, all the learnings that we've been getting along the way in the last several seasons. It's the same thing with the world and the activities themselves. We're taking a lot of that and trying to apply that feedback to the overworld. We're applying feedback. You'll see differences inside of the dungeons. Yeah, I think you're really going to enjoy the flow of this. I don't know if you can feel it as you're playing, but the flow feels pretty sharp, and I think you're going to really like what you see.
Okay. There's a question about runes, rune words, and set items. Is that anything you can discuss?
Yeah, we're not talking about itemization yet.
Okay.
But I think it's fair to say that everybody wants to see some kind of evolution of itemization or some addition to itemization as we're moving along. So, the expansion will announce what that means for the expansion itself here pretty soon, but we're not talking about it today.
Okay. Like for you personally, what is like your thing that you're looking forward to the most for the expansion? Like when it goes live, like like I want people to see this, and I've seen the actions, or I don't know, or when you play yourself.
Yeah, I love the fact that this is new and nostalgic. As a kid gamer, Diablo 2 was such a huge influence on me, right? And so to have the opportunity to come back to a region that gives you some amount of reimagining, like a kid in the candy store, I just to be able to take part in a franchise and actually build upon a lore that I think we just scratched the surface on. I really hope people appreciate that subtle touch that we put into that. The other thing is the class. I mean, how often do you get the opportunity to add a new class to a franchise this big? Yeah. And, I know we catch a lot of heat about like what class is the class we should do next, but what we came up with and what we were able to accomplish with this is really, really special, and I hope everybody loves it.
That's a question. Will this expansion make the original game unplayable like Reaper of Souls?
Oh, no. We've kept that way more in mind. I wasn't on Reaper, so I can't vouch for those folks. But one of the things we wanted to make sure of is that even if you don't come into the expansion, you're still getting a AAA experience. You'll have everything that's available to you that you have today.
Okay, so you can't do the campaign and like the Mephisto campaign, I guess, and
right. You're just missing out on the extending part. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but basically the main features are still going to be present.
Present, intact, super fun, a part of the core loop.
Okay.
Yeah, so it'll all be there. But if you want to experience a really kick-ass new class, and you want to know more about what's happening in the story, and you want to explore this new region, that's where the expansion comes into play.
Okay. What does that mean, for example, for mercenaries? Will they be available to classic players?
No, mercenaries will be a part of the expansion.
Yeah, so I guess you will lose out on some stuff like that, basically.
You will.
Yeah, but it's not like it's unplayable.
It is not going to be unplayable in the slightest. Yeah.
Okay, I see. Yeah, that's actually kind of nice because like in Diablo 3, that's basically what happened, right? Diablo 3 vanilla is like not a game compared to Reaper of Souls basically at this point, right? So it's like
yeah, it'd be really irresponsible of us to like break the base game, and that's not the case at all. We're definitely keeping that into account.
Okay. Have you thought about adding some kind of like very small scale content? Like, okay, we talked about cow level isn't real, but something on the level of cow level, like, you know, extra content, extra little thing or something like that, that is like, you know, something to do on the side, or I don't know. Like other games have like these mini games, I don't know, like fishing or whatever, right? So is that something that you would think about?
We think about it all the time. You know, the team, you know, while we're developing, we're coming up with like really new, cool ideas, and it's, you know, it plays into the formula of us determining what kind of is packaged together and gets released. So, yeah, we're thinking about it all the time. Many team requests for fishing.
Oh, the cam dropped off again, man.
Okay. Oh no!
Yeah, blood is fixing it. By the way, how much longer do we have? 30 minutes?
About 30 minutes.
Okay.
We've got some other folks here too. If you have questions that are specific to art or narrative, like we can.
Okay. So they're also going around the streams now, or what?
Yeah. So
okay.
If you want to do a quick vote on chat here, do we want to know about art or do we want to know about narrative?
To be fair, I think my chat would probably mostly say, okay, just you stay here. to be real. Yeah, so.
Well, I'm super glad you got a chance to talk to Bjorn, man. He's like he's the guy that you want to talk to. He's the beautiful mind. So.
Okay, so I see some people say art. We can talk about art and whatever mechanics. I mean, okay. I mean, for mechanics, I guess it's mostly you if you want to talk about anything like that. So.
Class mechanics and things along those lines, or?
Well, I actually asked Bjorn earlier a little bit about this. Like,
sure.
Okay, we talked about the Spiritborn a lot, but also like, what happened to the other classes? Maybe can like explain a little bit. Like, okay, we have the new class, of course, like the big hype thing. That's like the big selling point.
Sure.
What happened to people that don't want to play Spiritborn?
Yeah. So the way that we think about classes is that they are going to be a constant work in progress. You know, so they're not a static snapshot of when they've been created, right? We're not just going through the balancing process. Like, we want them to continue to grow. You're actually even seeing it now with what we're doing with weapons, for example. And so we want to make sure that the classes are not at a dead end, and we continue to invest into those. I can't tell you what we're doing with the existing classes right now, but the methodology is that we'll continue to expand upon the Spiritborn, just like we'll continue to expand upon the base classes as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Spiritborn is going to get the spotlight now for the start.
Of course, yeah.
And you know, then it's just going to, you know, kind of like integrate into the game, and it's going to be one of the 6 classes basically, right? After the
yeah, we definitely gave a ton of attention to that.
I finally found the boss, by the way. I feel like this entire time you've been sitting here, I've been running through the darkness. Oh man, this is a very interesting stronghold, though. To be fair,
it is very interesting. So this is a oh.
Okay, I got one chat.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
The team is watching, so
time for Plan B here. We go gorilla.
Yeah, this is a really good example of us taking some risk on some mechanics. You know, the idea of like let's what does it mean to go dark? And
it's very very immersive. Like I want to replay this at some point when I'm like not talking to anyone.
Well, I was gonna ask you. It's like this is I can't talk and play. Like this is a real skill. This is pretty amazing to watch you play and talk and read chat at the same time.
I mean, to be fair, like, you know, this is like relatively easy stuff most of the time. Besides this boss fight now, so it's kind of like, you know, just pressing buttons.
Gotcha.
So not super tryharding it.
That's the trick. Okay.
Yeah, but. But yeah, the Stronghold is awesome, they say. Yeah. I agree, actually. It's like something very unique.
Yeah.
And I like that you're experimenting with stuff like that.
Yep.
Just trying to figure out what they want me to do here.
Yeah, let's watch for a second.
I guess you have to use the lander mechanics, so this is like what I expect is going on here. Clan rewards, someone is asking. Have you guys considered doing anything like, you know, some extra clan features or something to do together as a clan, or something like, you know, at least achievements together as a clan, or like, I don't know, like an activity you can do? Is that something that's on your mind?
It is. It's absolutely on our mind. You know, I think one of the probably biggest areas of growth for us is like how do we enable the community to work together towards goals and things along those lines. We have a lot of ideas on how that could be, and we need to make sure that the game and the technology is in place to do that. And so, you know, behind closed doors, we're talking about that every single day, and we want to offer that up to the community. We want to offer it up to folks like you who like can really spotlight that stuff as well. So, nothing particularly specific that I can announce today, but it is actively being worked on, that general theory of how do we get the community more involved.
Okay, that's cool. When was actually the time that we started working on the expansion? Like, it was probably way before launch already, I assume.
Oh God, yeah. It's you know, the expansion did start before the base game shipped. You know, like I said, we had some ideas of where we wanted to go. You know, the base game had a bunch of ideas that we had to pull back on in order to hit launching the game, and we wanted to make sure that the base of the game was as polished as humanly possible. And so some of those things that hit like, oh.
Okay, what is going on?
Some of those things that hit the cutting room floor actually really influenced the expansion itself. Sorry, I'm interrupting.
That's fine. It's fine. I need to figure it out. But this guy does a lot of damage, I noticed. So yeah, Chat is trying to figure it out now. What's going on here? So there's like these lights, and you can't attack him while he's in the shadow. That's what I noticed. But at some point, the light goes out, and then it's like, okay, let's try this again.
I'm gonna give you a second to think.
Yeah, he's just like smirking now, man. Like, is he gonna figure it out? There's probably like some trick to it, but I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the thing I'm not gonna spoil. I'm gonna let you kind of go through this, but you know, I do enjoy games that like really push you to kind of figure it out, right? And so us finding the fine blend of how much information do we give you and how much do we let you figure it out, like that's part of the fun.
Just don't get hit. I mean, that's another strategy, I guess. But it's kind of surprising to get one shot on like World Tier 2, to be honest. So this is like, it's like,
yeah,
I'm doing something wrong.
Difficulty is something we're going to keep top of mind. Also, we know some players want to see some more challenging content, and I think you're going to see some stuff that will challenge you with content.
That's very good to hear, actually.
Yeah.
So I guess it was like especially for like the kind of like the more invested players.
Yeah.
Kind of like a huge concern, like all throughout. You know, like you introduce like some higher end stuff, but then you also trivialize it immediately thanks to like, I mean, you're not part of the live team, I guess, but this is what happened, right? Like, okay, we get like, you know, let's say the pit or whatever, right? And we also get like, you know, incredible power creep in the same patch through like new uniques, tempering, whatever. And, you know, it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like you make hard content, but then it's also, you beat that hard content relatively easily if you try.
Yeah.
So it's
a tightrope act, you know, like we've got a whole community of very sweaty players. and that's great, right? Like this is the aspirational content. You know, I think every player that enters Diablo wants to feel the thrill of getting to this spot. But we also have, you know, a huge part of our community too that are still learning, right? We got a bunch of new players that have never played a Diablo game before, right? If you think about when Diablo 3 came out and everybody was playing Diablo 3 in the early days, some of our players weren't even born. You know, it's like, or they were just learning to walk at that point in their life. And so, you know, we've taken on the challenge as a team to say, hey, how do we introduce those players to this amazing genre and still cater to those folks who have been with us all this time? So, you know, it's something that we're very open to hearing all the feedback on from everybody. As there you go, getting the feedback from everybody, on how we're doing with that tightrope act and keep on pushing forward. I talk about this a lot, that it's not necessarily about finding balance, but it's about keeping the harmony between these things. And so I love the fact that we're a live game, because now we can play with that over time. I used to develop games that once it was released, if it wasn't right, that's all you got. So
when did you start game development?
What's that?
When did you start game development?
Oh, 2002.
Okay.
Yeah, right out of college. So I've been doing this about 23 years.
What was the first game you worked on?
Tony Hawk.
Tony Hawk.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember some super old Tony Hawk game I played actually.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's that one or like, I don't know. But
yeah, so when I started off, it was like Tony 2 had just kind of come out at that point, and then we've at the time it was an indie startup studio, and we're working on a lot of handheld games. We got into the Tony world and continued on with that all the way through like Wasteland, and I mean we were there for a lot of it. But yeah, I've had the luxury of working on a lot of different styles of games, and honestly, action RPGs are my favorite. They're just so much fun to develop. A lot of rich world, a lot of crunchy systems. So.
Okay, I kind of have a feeling I did this boss wrong. So I just brute forced it now. Okay, I'll figure it out another time.
Yeah, it's definitely about using the light and the mechanics. So you're doing great.
Yeah, I tried, but I don't know. It felt like this was still way harder than it should have been.
So, are we complaining that the game's too hard?
No,
I'm just joking.
In terms of like the overall scope of like the difficulty, it was like, oh, nice! It actually transforms.
Yeah.
So now we have like an entire city here. Oh, that's cool.
Go back to the map.
Yeah. And there's a dungeon as well.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for you to find.
Betray Tomb. That sounds fun. Yeah. Okay, let's try that.
Yeah. Yeah. So playing the game, we're still balancing it. We have a handful of months left before it gets out into the wild, and so the fact that we've gotten to a spot where you get a chance to play, and we had a bunch of other people playing last week.
So what are actually the things you're going to focus on now for the next 3 months until launch? So what is like, okay, this is the plan, like, okay, like, the content is, I guess, mostly done, but I guess you're still doing like polishing and like, I don't know, what are you doing?
The real key here is like, it's bugs, it's balance, and it's flow. So we're going to keep going over that stuff over and over again. Obviously, we need to clear our bug databases as best as we possibly can, crunch through that as fast as we can. Making sure that the harmony between the classes is maintained. So we're going to be taking a look at Spiritborn and saying like, how does this feel next to the rogue and the necro and whatnot. And then when I say flow, it's like making sure that the experience is taking you through the content in a way that feels good and natural, and that nothing's being rushed, or that nothing feels like a slog.
Yeah, I guess that's very important. It's just make sure that, like, as you said, you have all these different types of players, right? So that everyone just kind of feels good logging in, and then especially with like a major reroll coming.
Right.
I guess you might also have to consider like, okay, are people even gonna like, feel familiar with the game still if you do this?
Yeah, and that is definitely top of mind when we're going through this. It's like, we don't need a bunch of people logging in and being like, wait, what? Where am I? Although it is fascinating to think that once the expansion releases, we may have people who log in who stopped playing within the first few months of Diablo 4, right? Like they wanted to play through the story, they want to know the lore. So I can't wait for them to come back, because this game has been refined and honed in, and some great improvements have been going in, and I'm very curious to see what they have to say.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has developed very rapidly.
Yeah.
Right, like throughout the seasons, like especially like the I guess the 2 big points were like season 2 and then season 4.
Yeah.
With like first the boss ladder, and then later the tempering system and the item rework.
Yep.
And I guess it might have also been kind of difficult for you, because I guess you started working on the expansion under completely different circumstances.
Yep.
And then, eventually, okay, you added all the stuff to the live game.
Yeah.
And now you have to like accommodate that as well in the expansion.
You do. Yeah.
So how was that actually in like the overall, like, did you have to redo a lot of stuff as well then in the expansion? Like, so, like kind of like lost time that you couldn't do it with, invest into something else?
Yeah, I mean, nothing's for free, right? But we knew we were experienced enough to know that like we were going to learn a whole lot in the first 6 months of the release of the game, and it was more, and we necessarily couldn't predict what we were going to learn, right? So we had to leave space for those types of changes coming down the pipe. Not only did we know that we needed to make space, but we made sure that there were people there to help like really break down the data and deep dive into the communities, gather all the feedback so that we were the most educated we possibly could be before we went into those changes. And so, there were certain things that we wanted to do in the expansion that were like, you know what, that's not a big priority. Like we talked about PvP, right? It's like, oh, we had thoughts, we had ideas, and it's like, okay, if you weigh that next to some of the work that we're doing in, season 2, for example, or season 4, for example, we felt confident that maybe pulling back on PvP in the expansion would leave room for us to make foundational improvements for the rest of the game. And that, I believe those were the right choices, and I'm glad the team was there to like dissect that information.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's always like this constant like feedback going on as well. I guess with like people like me and like other creators that are in this Diablo partner program, and like there's always like discussions happening and whatever. So.
And one of the things I hope to see as we continue to move forward is that we get more opportunities like this, like just a real conversation. We're gonna sit down.
Yeah, I mean,
we're gonna talk
it seems
about
like Blizzard was like very like secretive about the expansion, like even up to now, right? Like we still have like okay, we have the Spiritborn now finally, but there's still like okay, all the systems progression, blah blah blah, that we can't talk about yet. And it's like I also have not seen anything. It's like I have not played the Spiritborn. I wasn't in any test, and it's like. Oh, he's a butcher. Look at that.
Oh, you got the butcher.
Oh, he's wrecking me, by the way. Holy. He was beefed up a little bit, or what? Okay. Oof. Okay, we got him though.
You got him. You got him.
you did more damage than I would have anticipated, though. I didn't click the shrine on purpose.
Yeah, we do want to make sure that when we have new information that that we're ready to talk about it. If you would have seen, like, BlizzCon was a great example. We finished BlizzCon. I saw everybody being like, we should have talked more about what's happening with the new class. You say you're going to do a new class. This was your shot. You should have talked about it. And it wasn't for a lack of desire. Like, I really wanted to talk about it.
Okay.
And I was pushing on that. It's like, hey, what can we talk about? If you would have seen the Spiritborn class at BlizzCon versus what you have now today, the conversation wouldn't have been as meaningful. Oh, I'm getting a 5-minute warning.
Okay, 5 minutes, guys.
So we'll close on this. The conversation wouldn't have been as meaningful versus like today. We have really dialed in on what we're trying to deliver with the Spiritborn. It's more realized than we would have had it at that point. Your questions wouldn't have been as deep as you needed them to be. And so, yeah, it's about the timing of as this stuff is coming down the pipe, but when we're ready. That being said, it's also a live game. So even if we're not talking about the next class that's coming out, we can talk about how you feel about the present state of the game and have a more open dialogue about that itself. So, I'm really hopeful that we're going to get into a spot where these conversations become more frequent and more fluid. And my promise to you is that I'll be as honest as I possibly can throughout the entire thing.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, we reached the boss here. There's another new boss, actually. I keep seeing like new bosses. That's kind of cool. So I noticed that there's like a lot more variety now.
Yeah.
Like almost every dungeon has like a new boss now and these kind of things.
Variety was one of our pillars early on.
And right. I also noticed, for example, the dungeons have been reworked. Like they don't have like objectives anymore, but there's like more exploration going on.
Yeah, Nahantu has some changes to the dungeons where so the.
Is that specific to this region, or is that like all the dungeons that have been redone a little bit?
It's specific to this region as the build that you're playing right now.
Oh, okay.
we've had a lot of talk about the flow of what that means for dungeons, and I think dungeons is another one of those canvases that has a lot of room to grow. So play them, tell us what you think, and then we'll take those learnings and see what we can do to fold into the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's definitely like it feels a bit more like Diablo 2, I guess, where you just like walk in and then you just like try to explore your way through the dungeon.
Yep.
And then a lot of people would have liked that.
Yeah.
Personally, I never really had like a big drive, one way or the other. So yeah, I can't really say too much, but I guess it'll be interesting to hear what other people say as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to October 8th, everybody. So yeah, if you get your hands on it, let us know what you think. And this has been great. I really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for coming.
Yeah, no problem.
So guys, Brent, the game director for Vessel of Hatred.
Take it easy, everybody. Thanks for hanging out.
It was a pleasure having you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, we have to close in a few minutes, guys. So this is basically the last moments of our Spiritborn experience here, live stream at least. But I will obviously take all of this home, and we have a lot of stuff to talk about afterwards as well. Show the map. Well, this is the map here. So there's like 3 extra small regions, like 1 small, 2 big ones, and there's also this part here that is hidden. And there's like blockades, like you can't go anywhere. So they kind of walled everything off. So that's a clips here from the boss. Oh man! Don't forget the password. Yeah. All right, Brent and Bjorn. Yeah, that was really cool. I've met Brent at BlizzCon, but I've not met Bjorn. And I was actually not aware that he was like working on the expansion, or like I don't know. At least back then I wasn't really like in the expansion mode, I guess. So that's kind of cool. Yeah. Anything else we should do here right now? So I have to close the stream anyway in like 2 minutes. So there's not really much more. So no PDR for the expansion. Yeah. So there's no PDR coming. So it's gonna be like expansion launches. And this is it. Good luck. So that's gonna be fun. Hover all of the items. Okay, we can do like a little like okay, hover. You can do the skill tree, so that we have if like for people that wanna check them out, I'm just gonna go through everything real quick, so that people that maybe wanna clip it or something. So let's just do that while we're here. And I'm gonna try to reach that meanwhile. No closed beta. Yeah, there's nothing coming. So they had like the friends and family stuff like a while ago that was like kind of leaked or something, but that was already months ago. And yeah, there's like I think no closed beta, nothing. So I don't know anything about it. So it's just gonna be like enjoy the expansion, guys. So I hope they maybe up their QA a little bit. Because otherwise it's gonna be pretty funny, I guess. Should get into that friend group. Yeah, I need to become friends with someone, and then maybe you can. I think I showed off pretty much all of the skills, most of them. I don't think I showed like every single one, but I showed all the core skills, all the ultimates. I think, right? Yeah. And not all of the basic attacks, I believe, but okay. But yeah, otherwise I think we have like some clips of everything here. Centipede, guys, Centipede is amazing. I love the Centipede stuff. I really wonder how it's gonna feel like in late game when they have like crazy uniques and everything going with it. Let's do the Spirit Hall as well, they added, so you have these 4 primary ones, these are the top ones. And these are the secondary ones, so you can have like a small one as well. Okay. And over here, Codex. So you can do that. Hello? Are we leaving? I'm putting my plug. Okay, guys. Okay, I have to go. So that's the end of the Spiritborn reveal. Hope you enjoyed it, guys. I'll be back at home on Sunday, so I will be doing follow-ups, going through my footage, talking about the class and more, and I'm gonna make videos, so you can get ready for that. Yeah, I was gonna like finish like hovering over these here since people asked, so we have that. You can clip that as well if you want. And yeah, I mean, I'm very excited to blast with. I'm definitely gonna like launch, like on launch, I'm gonna play Spiritborn. You know, do the world first race and stuff like that. Like, it's gonna be exciting to just like experiment with this new class. You know, Rogue could be a safe bet or something, but you know, there's like lots of stuff to find out here. I think that's gonna be fun. And it looks like it's gonna be pretty good. You know, this class is gonna be pretty good. So it's gonna be fine. All right. Surreal's great, thank you. Yeah, I had a good time here. Also, shout out to Blizzard, who actually like they paid for it by a ticket and everything, so that was nice. Excited that I was here. Yeah, I got a shutdown though, so they're gonna be angry at me. See you guys on Sunday, I guess. Whenever. Maybe on Saturday evening already. So I arrive sometime in the night. Maybe I'll turn on the stream. So we'll see. Otherwise, stay updated on X. Follow me on X. I might post something. And see you guys next time.